Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, welcome to today's conference session on crafting success, innovation, and strategies in India's dynamic market. As we gather here today, we embark on a journey of exploration and discovery into the vibrant landscape of India's rapidly evolving market. With its rich tapestry of culture, diverse consumer preference, and growing entrepreneurial spirits, India stands as a beacon of opportunities and innovation in the global business arena. Over the next hour, we will dwell into the intricacies of navigating this dynamic landscape, uncovering insights and unveiling strategies that pave the way of success from disruptive technologies to adaptive business models, from emerging trends to time tested strategies. This session promises to be an illuminating exploration of the ever changing Indian market ecosystem.
I would like to introduce you all to the session anchor, Dean Research of Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur, Dr. Ramzan Samar, expert researcher, in advertisements, brands, and consumer behavior, brings over 17 years of rich experience to his role. With 15 plus years as a full-time educator at a prestigious Indian universities and 2 years in marketing with SDFC Bank and Sun Pharma, Dr. Samar's experience is evident. He has authored multiple publications in esteemed international national journals, including ABDC listed ones like the Journals of Consumer Behavior and the Journal of Internet Commerce. Dr. Samar's impactful work has garnered recognition, including the Inspiring Leaders Award from Ascendum KPO.
Now, I would like to introduce you all to our today's speaker. Our first guest for the session is Kavya Saxena. She is a tech industry leader combining a solid educational background in computer science and engineering with a track record of impactful contribution across diverse domains. She has started her career journey from Indian Oil Corporation Limited and is currently the co-founder of Craftfolio, which is a platform that provides deeper access to vast and rich tribal communities of India. Her vision is to create opportunities and empower tribal communities to preserve their intrinsic knowledge while consumers get access to these remote tribes. Ma'am, as per the tradition of Jaipuria Institute of Management, we welcome our guest with a green honor. We would like to present you with a green certificate, and I would also request our director sir to felicitate ma'am with a shawl. Ma'am, a tree has been planted in your name in Nainital, Uttarakhand. You can track its growth from the given number and your certificate shall be emailed to you.
Our next guest for the session, Mr. Atulya Kaushik. He is the co-founder and chief executive officer of Insta, India's growing placement and upskilling company. Leads the change in steering the company's growth trajectory and developing innovative products. After graduating from VIT Vellore in computer science in 2016, Sir embarked on a memorable career journey from Google to TruePay India and InstaMojo. He honed his skills before founding Insta in 2018. Sir's entrepreneurial spirit flourished as he transformed his vision into a multi-billion-dollar reality. Recognized in Forbes Asia and India 30 under 30 lists, he continued to redefine education in India. We would like to present you with the green certificate also, sir. I will request our Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Daneshwar Sharma, sir, to felicitate sir with a shawl. A tree has been planted in your name, sir, in Nainital, Uttarakhand. You can track its growth from the given number, and the certificate shall be emailed to you, sir.
Our next and final guest for the session is Mr. Anshu Abhishek, COO and co-founder of Tech Eagle, which leads drone delivery success with a Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia Award, committed to societal change. He champions drone tech potential for logistic innovation and expert in the field. Mr. Anshu led educational initiative, a pre-India drone regulation impacting 35 plus institutions. His leadership ensured Tech Eagle's operational excellence, a mechanical engineer from SRMU Lucknow. His passion fuels Tech Eagle mission to tackle social issues through drone solutions. Beyond work, he indulged in baking, emphasizing work-life balance. So, we would like to present you with a green certificate. I request our Dean of Academics, Dr. Samaj Aravai, to felicitate Sir with a shawl. A tree has been planted in your name in Nainital, Uttarakhand. You can track its growth from the given number and the certificate shall be emailed to you. Now I would like to hand over the session to our session anchor.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Yeah, so today's our session title is Crafting Success, Innovation and Strategies in India's Dynamic Market. So that's our topic for today's session. And this esteemed guest has already, crafted the success in their own area with their innovation and business strategies for Indian dynamic market, right? And they are already under, top 30, under 30. So can we join our hands together? Yeah, so on a lighter side, I am not under 30 also and under 40 also, and so we'll start our discussion with the general questions, which is in line with our entire conference theme with each panelist, and each member has 5 minutes to talk. So these 5 minutes are not very strict as for in academics for students. So we'll start with our Indian culture of ladies first. So I would like to start with Kavya ma'am. So ma'am, first question for you is like, how does your organization contribute to Indian economic growth, to innovation for its unique market dynamics?
So, first of all, thank you so much, Jaipuria Institute. It's a pleasure to be here on this fine morning. I hopped 3 flights yesterday to come here, despite the fact that Rajasthan is my hometown. I live in a forest village full time after quitting my corporate job in Gurgaon. It has been a change, a transformation. So, and I'm going to use a lot of English for the advantage of everyone sitting here. So, in cultural diaspora or corporate language, we say folks under 30, dead. When we get all of that, then we are like, okay, purpose to therapy. A lot of people must have heard about Maslow's hierarchy. So I probably read my Maslow's in early, late 20s. And I thought, tip mein thoda jaldi jata hai. So just to give you a little broad overview while ensuring that I don't exceed my 5 minutes, I think the able student there already kind of gave my intro, started my corporate world. But if I'll just speak about the current context, so I work with Adivasi communities of the country, primarily which are dwelling in the conflict zones of the country, from Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, all the way to Arunachal Pradesh. Now, Adivasi communities have been traditionally called unsafe, remote, but they are also the first citizens of the world, and they possess immense amount of ancient wisdom and intangible and tangible heritage, knowledge, whether it is sustainability, natural tech, how to respond to nature's, catastrophes and things like that. They have their own systems working. And obviously, in this whole era where we are transforming ourselves, we are talking about digital transformations, we are talking about tech, we are talking about rural tech. Somehow these communities have always been sidelined. So with our body of work, what we try to do is we don't just work with Adivasi communities to transform their agro, their native crafts into something that can reach modern market. That's layer one. But in layer two, now what we've been able to do after 3 years of work is that we've been able to bring back the second generation of Adivasi kids, which is probably your age, who may then go to okay, who may take up migratory labor jobs, low cost jobs in smaller cities. Am I audible right there? Am I audible? Okay. So usually जो इनके बच्चे होते हैं वो लोग migratory jobs ले लेते हैं. So we are also ensuring that they find value back in their villages, and that native knowledge can be preserved in some way. So to just give you a last brick in the mortar to give it more structure, one of our signature project is the Koraput Turmeric Bar project. Now this is a tribe called the Kondhas. They live in the border of Odisha and Chhattisgarh. It is called a particularly vulnerable tribal group in India. When we say that, it means that less than 10,000 of them are alive in the country. And what we did was something really, really simple. Any college kid can also do it. There's no science, no numbers. I mean, it started with no numbers. Now we are doing number crunching with the United Nations. So it started with as simple as using their excess turmeric that women used to grow in their backyards, and it was getting wasted. And when I moved to the village full time. I had no clue कि क्या करना है. एकदम career scratch से शुरू कर रही थी. You know, like those passion projects we take up कि अब life में कुछ और करना है type. So that's where I discovered, and I had no idea. I mean, I was a hardcore HR analytics person. From there to getting into something creative and business oriented was itself a change for me. But then what we are doing with turmeric is that we have turned that excess turmeric, which was sold in an Adivasi hut for 20 rupees a kilo, to a lifestyle product that retails at 399 in Indian consumer market today. We are on Amazon, Flipkart, and then we have a range of products. But then we not only did that, we transformed and made that as part of the rehabilitation projects of the United Nations. So now a humble turmeric, जो कि waste होता था, has become so valuable that without disturbing the original lifestyle of these tribals, we are able to add a layer of financial independence to the women and their kids. And that is not just impact, but also a lesson for a lot more native communities and also younger kids like you who want to pursue entrepreneurship or impact programs, that we need to look at rural countryside or native communities of India, which still have a lot of value, holding up them. So that would be my starting input to the panel.
Thank you, Kavya ma'am, for wonderful insights on rural market. And when we talk about development, inclusive development is more important, and to contribute to the rural markets and the marginalized group is more important. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your insights into it. Next question is for Atulya. Atulya is into the ed tech, so and his vision is to upskill the youth in India. So my question to you, Atulya, is like, what strategy do you employ to capitalize on India's rising economic power and dynamic market opportunities?
Thank you. So I'll just start the session as she did. I'll give you a brief background about myself and the company, what we do. So in the context of larger debate or constructive discussion, we can parallelize upon the ideas that probably I'm trying to promote you. Also, I'm not an MBA, so probably I would not be using a lot of jargons and such terms. I can talk to you about from my entrepreneurial experience, which is very raw. Right. So as the students mentioned, I'm an engineer by education. I did my degree from Vellore Institute of Technology in 2016 in computer science. Unfortunately or fortunately, then I got a good package from college, and I got a job in Google. And subsequently, but my dream was that probably I want to do an MBA, so which is why I was more or less interested in a startup and to have a unique journey, because approximately 2 lakh people work in Google. So again, if you want to apply to Ivy League schools and so on, you don't have a unique journey per se to demonstrate that you're different from the others, right? But in the meantime, what I did was we started a blog, wherein, because most of our students in the college were asking that, you're an average student, how did you come by and get a good placements? So primarily, I used to keep boggled down upon when I was walking on the street from second year, first year, third year students that, tell us. So what I did was, okay, I was tired of answering all of those questions, and I just came by and wrote a blog. Eventually, what happened was that blog started to get like 5,000, 10,000 views a month. Then it grown to probably 1 lakh views a month, then 10 lakh views a month, right? When I was working at Google, then also I started to, or I continued my journey to write upon the blog also. At some point in time, we started, or I was just one person back then. We started to think that, okay, there's a good time that we should go ahead and monetize the business. So the first thing that I did was, so we started the blog from blogspot.com. Okay. So you don't need to have a fancy domain. You don't need coders. You don't need nothing. There are, automatic tools that you can go by. So we used blogspot.com, and we just simply invested 99 rupees to buy the domain, which was called as prepinsta.com. and which was important again, because from branding perspective, we need to have unique names so that even if we go into a different domain. So for example, we work with engineers, so we could have probably named it as engineer something, something, something. But let's say if we wanted to expand later into some different domains, we wanted to keep it, very open-minded or open that we can go into separate horizontal, vertical segments per se. So I still remember the first day, I didn't expect any money to come from the business. We were not even running ads on the website. We got, I guess, 49 rupees on day one. So I was like, okay, sorted. जितना पैसा लगाया उसका आधा आ गया पहले दिन ही. ठीक है, basic. One of my co-founders also Bania, so more or less अपन लोग more than a startup, we kind of run our business as धंधा. ठीक है, पैसा मारवाड़ी बनता है वो भी. So the second day I remember we got 249 rupees from the business. We were using again to accept payments, something called as InstaMojo. Since I also worked in InstaMojo, which is a fintech startup. Let me also give you a background. So I worked in InstaMojo, which is a fintech startup. I worked with Google, wherein we were one of the first. So we were a team of 6 people who developed their app called as Taze, which later got rebranded as Google Pay. And we were the first ones to launch UPI in India. Earlier, it was called as TruePay because Google didn't want to brand it on their own way because it was an experiment. So then they renamed it. So again, I was into fintech, so we used InstaMojo back then. 249 rupees on the second day. The first month we closed approximately 15,000 rupees. The second month, I think 1 lakh rupees. The third month we closed 45 lakh rupees. That the whole month. And so this was basically I got invited to something called as Joe Stock, and then they tell you to exaggerate your story and then tell it in a fancy masala tadka way. So if you go look up online, that's called as how we built a company from 99 rupees to 200 crores revenue. Right. So that's basically the tadka of it. But eventually, yes. We did start from 99 bucks and went to 200 crores. We were so when we were doing 45, it was just me. And at that point in time, I realized that okay, the money that I'm earning from my job in a year, I'm kind of making more money from a 2-hour work that I do on weekends. So I always mention this to all of my team, by the way, that do a side hustle. The job, your employers will never ever be loyal to you. The day they don't need you, right? They'll just kick you out. And that's basically happening when we are into the session period and all of that. You have to be loyal to yourself, right? So do a side hustle, earn more money from your side hustle than your job. Probably, even if it's not about money, it's about skill also. One thing that we also do was, for example, marketing domain. We all, and one of my team members, Nishant, is here, and he knows this as a testament. All the people that we hire in a marketing domain are influencers. A bare minimum criteria for us to hire you in marketing domain is if you do not have 100K followers on any of the social media platform, we'll not even look at your resume. We are willing to pay you high bucks. We are willing to provide you all the support. We are willing to also help you with your own side hustle. But our hypothesis here is, यार अगर तुम खुद को मार्केट नहीं कर सकते, जो तुम्हारे लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, तुम मेरा बिजनेस कैसे मार्केट करोगे, right? So I was speaking with a few of your faculties yesterday. Mr. Dharmendra sir was mentioning that he's doing a podcast also. Uh, so I was like, okay, this is a very good idea. And for one of the credits, you should just go ahead and tell people or tell your students that, okay, you need to do a podcast. This is the channel of the, or you can create your own channel or probably use the channel of, Jaipuria Institute's YouTube channel. So you need to do the whole branding. You need to find, relevant people so that you get views. You can't just interview anybody. You need to make sure that you achieve milestones, probably 1,000 subscriber, 1,000 views, and then take it from there. And then all your strategy should be oriented towards results because that will make you ready. So for example, any particular company, and that's not just true for us. So for example, when I say that we hire influencers, right? That's also true for all the corporates in the world, right? They look at your resume. Resume are just basically, bunch of words that you've written. Basically, for a marketing professional, your portfolio is yourself, your personality out there, and more so in the international markets also, right? So, for example, one thing that I kind of understood in my journey was in Indian culture, we create DPs in business, in politics, in religion, everywhere. So, for example, if you look at businesses, right? So we kind of idolized Mr. Tata, Mukesh Ambani. Now we've come to idolize all the startup people, all the people that you see on Shark Tank, Ritesh Agarwal, Zoho founders, and Zerodha founders, and everybody, right? So even when you are doing marketing, you need to make sure that to your direct audience, there are two competing brands from your end that are kind of promoting your product. One is the company, that's a brand. The other one should be you as one of the founders or probably your team as well. For example, I have a decent amount of following on my social media channel. That's not something that I aspire to do, but that's something that I have to do because my brand would help uh, my personal brand to grow, and thus my personal brand would also help in a significant way my own brand to grow. So if you're in a B2C business, in that case, I would recommend all of you to work upon your branding. And podcasting is a great way to do all of these things these days. In fact, I drive approximately 1.5 hours every day to work, and all I do is I listen to all the podcasts, Beer Biceps, I read books, and so on. So, consumption is also changing to podcasts. So, this was a good idea and the good discussion that we had yesterday. So that's it. Basically, tell you more about the company, just summarizing at the very end of it so that we can parallelize. Prep and Stuff Prime, we are an edtech company. Hopefully, we are one of the good guys because right now edtech is being looked upon very badly because of one or maybe a couple of certain players, right? And I particularly think that that particular player should die down because it's kind of temporary, right? In a country which has given Nalandas to the world, I personally think India's biggest startup would definitely be an education startup. It was, but then again, it kind of is having its own death. But again, we like to think that we are one of the good people. We offer an OTT sort of a subscription, wherein for specifically your TGS engineer. So let's say as a first year, if you want to learn coding, as a second year, if you want to learn DSA, competitive coding, as a third year, you want to learn skills, AWS, or for example, data science, full stack, and so on. As a final year preparing for placement. So you don't need to buy separate courses every time and then pay thousands of rupees. You want to make your life simple by just asking you to pay once and take like a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year subscription. We have more than 200 plus skills to learn on the platform. So, and our TG is primarily tier 2 and tier 3 colleges. We've kept our price affordable. We've seen journeys wherein there was just this unique journey. I've also posted this on my LinkedIn a few months ago. So we saw one person who was working in Accenture as a security guard. With our help, he was able to get job in Wipro. And even though in the same tech park, he didn't join the company in the same tech park, but one of the training sessions that he had was in the same tech park that he was, doing security guard thing. So we really love to see such success stories. There are a lot of other success stories also. One of the person who was basically working as I don't know what to call that in English. Press करता था वो कपड़ों को. Iron guy. So he also again got job in Accenture and so on. So we work with all of these people and help them get upskill because again, one thing that we come to realize is all the edtechs of today are focusing upon taking money from the rich and making them more richer. Why? Because you have a high card value of 30,000, 40,000 rupees, and then you give them an outcome and then they get last. Nobody is building a product for somebody who can't afford, somebody like these people who can probably just afford 5,000, 2,000, 3,000 rupees, right? If you want to make India rich, you need to focus on people who actually need it. कि यार जिसके घर में पैसा आने से उसने अपने माँ बाप को बोल दिया कि यार आप बहुत ओल्ड हो गए हो, अब आप काम मत करो. फॉर एग्जाम्पल somebody who जिसके पापा की साड़ी बेचने की दुकान है, right? He's earning 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 rupees and has to support like 5, 6 members of his family. If his son gets, or if his daughter gets like a 25,000 rupees as a starting job in an IT, which would kind of exponentiate later, it would mean that you've changed lives of 6 people. So that's what we are doing in the business. That's why we are in the business. The numbers per se are for the PR, but that's a big motive.
Thank you, Atulya, for sharing the importance of personal branding and how to impact lives of marginalized group of people. Uh, our next guest is Anshu. Anshu, for your question is like, what is India's role in global innovation and market leadership, and how does your organization contribute to it?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sama. Good morning, everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here and thank you for having me. So we are currently working on India. We are currently building India's one of the biggest on-demand drone delivery network. So I think the students briefed about me in a very good way. So I won't take much of your time about briefing myself, but I'll directly come to the question. So India is currently experiencing a significant rise, particularly in tech, which I'm going to talk about. So with a young and large population, with thriving startup ecosystem and government pushing for the digitalization, I think India is poised to become a global leader in the tech space, particularly. So if I talk about myself and my company, so we started Technical when drones were completely banned in 2015, 2016. कुछ नहीं कर सकते थे उस टाइम पे operationally we were very challenged. Government was very skeptical about accepting drones because back then drones were being used in defense or for B2G purposes, right? But fast forward in 2024, now the drone rules have been liberalized. We are currently operating in multiple states. We are well funded. So I think this only goes on to show that how quickly we can accept, how as a country we are ready to adapt, and we are not slowing down anytime soon. Thank you. I think that is my two cents.
Thank you, Anshu, for sharing the details on how India is leading into the technology landscape. Just to share, like I'm very privileged today to have this kind of panel, which is favorite of mine, because one is a rural entrepreneur and I teach rural marketing, so it's very close to my heart. Second, edutech and education is my first love, and Anshu is one favorite of mine because he is into drone and my son likes drone very much. So the very first interaction we had, and he talked about drone, and the very first question I asked him is like, do you have these manufacturing facilities and where it is located for my son? This is just on the lighter side because like if we go on to talk like typical professor and that too with research domain, then this youth may not connect, and all these are entrepreneur, very dynamic person. So I'm just trying to have a lighter conversation. Okay, and now moving to the second round of the questions with the panelists. Kavya ma'am, question is for you. How does your innovation address the disparity between rural and urban markets in India?
So first of all, I feel the disparity is such a, it's such a difficult word. Because अगर हम disparity को देखते हैं in cultural context, so I feel the rural population of India, which is currently around 53.4, which is more than half of the India, is way more richer than the urban any day. And if we talk about, for money in your bank or assets that you hold, then definitely the urban population is higher. So I feel that it is, first of all, it is as an entrepreneur, I always feel that what kind of disparity I'm addressing when my product or my services have to interchange the markets. So that is the first point. So even when we started with the Koraput project, which is a UN approved project now, or I am pursuing Craft Pottery where we work with native crafts, or any body of work like I feel that the first thing that we need to understand is कि आप wherever you work, whether it is a ed tech like Atulya or a tech company or a fintech or I come with energy major background, मतलब हमें पहले ये समझना है कि हम हमारा audience है कौन? That's like brass tacks. So first thing तो ये I feel that a myth that I want to break is कि if you want to be a new age entrepreneur or a successful corporate leader or just a very impactful human, you need to be, I think Atulya said it so right. The days are gone when you can just master one thing and you will be done. You need to be like a multitasker. And why I'm saying that is it literally translates to me decoding that disparity. So what happened was that when I'm just gonna tell the story again, and maybe because the story is something I love saying all the time. तो जब मैं गांव में मैंने full time move किया तो I understood कि the first disparity was in my own lifestyle. Now from a Lamash buying Gurgaon earner that I was, in my village I had no access to bread. And imagine bread तो मतलब बहुत दूर की Amazon तो Swiggy तो बहुत दूर की बात है bread भी नहीं मिलती थी. So first disparity तो मुझे ये अपने आप में समझ आए कि are these things are necessity. So now I'm not getting into the morals of it that what should we eat or what is the necessity. Then we started understanding that what is the necessity of the communities that we are working with. So for them, the necessity was that discipline and their routines to the forest. Their discipline was also not overgrowing a certain thing when we talk about scaling of business. So then I had to understand that where is my threshold. So early in my business, I started to understand that as an entrepreneur, I'll have to grow horizontally and not vertically. This was a lesson I learned just by observing the disparities between an urban dweller who was in a village and the people who were there. So what happens is that when a corporate or a business like mine grows horizontal, the problems multiply because then you're dealing with multiple communities, multiple geographies than just going 1D. Like a lot of people tell me कि आप एक turmeric project कर रहे हो तो आप उसी को ऐसा बना दो कि वो लक्स साबुन बन जाए, कि वो हर दुकान में मिले, पूरी दुनिया में मिले, like Parle G biscuit. But that is like telling that tribe that now you don't go to the forest because you're getting so much money. So you leave everything and we will supply you all the luxuries that you need. You work in a factory, let's produce more and more. But then that's not the idea. The disparity or the essence is to keep that balance. And I feel that that's where we come in. And that's where I feel when we talk about scaling in India, I think हम लोगों को ये बहुत अच्छे से समझना चाहिए. Like Atulya was talking about LinkedIn. I talk a lot about this on LinkedIn, that what is scaling for me. We started Bootstrap. Turmeric project has got a massive international aid, but then a lot of our projects are also bootstrap because we understand that जब आप scale करते हो, तब आप बहुत सारी चीजों को भी balance out नहीं कर पाते. So as a business person or as a corporate leader or as an entrepreneur, specifically in rural setup, and for many who may be, as you grow up in your life, you will have to understand that a solution that is a solution जो मेरे लिए काम करता है may not work for Rahul, may not work for Atulya. So there's no solution that fits all. So ये जो disparity वाली बात डॉक्टर समा ने बोली मेरे लिए as an entrepreneur was to constantly juggle between a horizontal growth. So that comes with a challenge that हाँ maybe मुझे Shark Tank में funding नहीं मिलेगी क्योंकि वो तो मुझसे पूछेंगे भाई आप कितने प्रोडक्ट बनाओगे आप कितने बड़े बन जाओगे तो we will say कि नहीं हम 5 years में इतना ही कर पाएंगे. So that is something that one must start understanding. And I feel the first steps to understanding any disparity is knowing your audience. So if you are a corporate, you should be knowing your stakeholders. If you are an entrepreneur, we do so much of, despite being sitting in a forest village today that I am, we do a lot of forecasting analysis. We do a lot of predictive analysis just to ensure कि हमारा horizontal growth balance रहे. So knowing your audience is a great technique, and that is what we do. And then, of course, disparity ko ek aur tarika, the best tarika is to address, which I think fellow entrepreneurs are also doing, is offer your audience something that is a want for them, a desire for them. Whatever we do with Adivasi people and whatever they are making is not something you need in your modern homes. But if we don't bring it to you, then they will be left in their silo and we'll be living an urban life with this bridge always lying unaddressed कि यार वो लोग तो कोई जंगल में रहते हैं और हम लोग यहाँ पे रहते हैं किसी को किसी के बारे में interchange of information नहीं होगा. As a result, we will end up losing all the native knowledge they have, all the development and opportunities this side can provide. So I think that's also one way that we can support.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kavya ma'am, for sharing the importance of horizontal growth in the developing country. And it is very important sometimes to have less is more kind of a philosophy for our self satisfaction. Thank you. Okay. Now next question is for Atulya. And it is this question is keeping in mind that if we want to boost our economy, then in line with our government vision also, there should be more and more startup and businesses, right? So Atulya, is money or funding is required to do business?
So it depends. You can't build Swiggy or Zomato or Flipkart or Dunzo without money. And I guess this is something that probably you guys would know more about because the business model per se only would become profitable at scale, right? Because initially, let's say when you have 5 orders a day, how can you be profitable? You do not have the margins of the products because you're not buying in bulk. You would have some fixed cost to maintain your tech team, to maintain your servers and even riders, inventory. You kind of would have no money to do and run experiments so that you can have 0 to 1 growth or exponential growth, right? But I'd argue, and we've seen, right? So we've seen Zoho, right? Zoho is a classic example of bootstrap business. It's like it posted like 4,000, 3,000 crore rupees of profit. Don't quote me by numbers, but I think that's something that I read there, right? If you talk about Nikhil Kamath and Zerodha, again, it took both of these companies took their own time, right? So I think that, both of them kind of took like a decade or maybe even more. They probably would have seen some kind of stagnation in between because they were trying to figure out the product, right? So from my understanding, it's basically dependent on the business model. What, for example, a drone tech company cannot be built without external funding. Why? Because again, it's you need to spend a lot of money in R&D, right? But generally to categorize it, SaaS business, which I really love. Probably once we are kind of done with Prep Insta, I would want to go into SaaS business model. Here also we're kind of doing a SaaS flavor. Why? Because it becomes humongously profitable and with huge margins. Why? Because you're developing stuff in India, which is a low cost labor market, and you're selling in dollars, right? So your tech team more or less 90% is focused here. So something which has a lot of pure play tech software and could hypothetically build with money. But with money comes a lot of challenges. One of those would be that you may not, or you may end up doing something that's harming your own interest in long term. Why? Because you have to answer to investors. So for example, I'll take an example of my industry, right? What went wrong with Byju's? It kind of was a $22 billion funded company, $22 billion total valuation, right? And I think just this month, they kind of diluted down their valuation to 225 million. I don't agree that's the valuation, that's the number. Let's not talk about their valuation is still around $3 to $4 billion in real market value. But what went wrong was they got too much money, too many investors. So they wanted them to grow after each round a certain amount. So they did that in 2 ways. One was acquisition of different startups because they were practically being given free money in debt. We've seen the times of COVID in 2020 and 2021, wherein US Fed was offering loans at or debt money at 0% interest rate to boost the economy. to get the free flowing money. So that was caused the problem. And then, very aggressive sales strategy. That was again to answer to the investor because they wanted to raise money every 6 months. And then it became like, if you're not raising money, you're kind of putting down in the eyes of your existing investors that there's something going wrong. So with White Hat Junior acquisition, they went too aggressive. That killed their own market because also we have like 3 to 4 people in our sales team, which are ex-Byju's, right? They were being offered approximately 2x the amount of salary by Byju's than us. They quit their job at Byju's and are working for us at half the salary. Why? So I recollect one story is like, hey यार मैं उधर काम कर रहा हूँ मेरे को पैसे ले रहे हैं मेरे को रात की नींद नहीं आती not because it's a sales job he's like मुझे as a human being ही अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है because of the kind of sales tactics that are being used. He told me a story and I was like, bro, even though we are a health tech, we are not going to raise money like ever after that. He said, yeah, I went to a rickshaw puller वाले बंदे का घर, no, like an electric rickshaw, he earns like 15,000 rupees a month or say, right? मैं उसके घर गया उसको बेचने के लिए प्री सेल्स करा उसके बाद फिर मेरे को घर बुलाने के लिए भेजा and then I'm like, okay, आप ये आपका बेटा is in 6th class, buy this 85,000 rupees का product which will be helpful for him for 6th and 7th class. तो like, okay, ठीक है, मैं भी मना कर सकता है, हाँ बोल सकता है, whatever it is, ऑप्शन तो दे सकते हो, आप बोलने में तो क्या ही जाता है. He's like, हमारी सेल्स ट्रेनिंग ऐसी है कि जब वो बंदा मना करता है ना, we say, and he quoted this is a famous dialogue, कि हाथ में तूने ये जो गोल्ड के ब्रेसलेट्स या आई डोंट नो जो बैंगल्स पहन रखे हैं इन्हें बेच दो बच्चे की पढ़ाई में इन्वेस्ट नहीं करोगे और ये पहनोगे तो तुम जिंदगी भर गरीब ही रहोगे ना. So this is what kind of killed Byju's. People don't realize because जब आप एक आदमी के घर and then after that also they used to kind of put them in debt. यार आप 3,000 रुपए दे दो बाकी 85,000 every month 4-5,000 आपके कटते रहेंगे and they can't take refund. They have to pay बैंक से पैसा निकल रहा है. So that's what killed Byju's. So again, to just summarize everything down, it depends on what your business model is. For some business model, you don't need money. Your growth would be slow, but a slower growth is better in long run, right? Because your foundations would be right. For some businesses, you absolutely need money. But most important thing is market size. Most of the people go wrong with market size. यार आपका marketing 100 million है, उससे ऊपर है ही नहीं. तो आप भी grow नहीं कर पाओगे because at max you are going to get 10% of the market in best case scenario, right? So look for a market which is more than $1 billion in India, and then once you do well here, you probably can expand and earn larger amount of profits there. But my advice is don't take money just for sake of doing just for the sake of taking it because it's more harmful in my opinion, but my opinion will be biased because we've been able to do it profitably. We've had an acquisition offer also from the second largest edtech company in India, but we said no. But it may be wrong in long run for us because we particularly believe it's too early that we are giving up our dreams. हम इस बिजनेस में इसलिए नहीं आए थे कि यार कोई पैसे कमा के जिंदगी भर एफडी में डाल के पैसे कमाना. We were here to do an impact, and as soon as we go in an acquisition to a big company, अपन लोगों का trajectory खराब हो जाएगा because they'll kind of dwell into the same kind of marketing stuff there. So that's my 2 bits on it.
Thank you, Arvinia, for sharing us with the importance of funding and investment in business. And though sales is tough, but how?
I'm sorry. One thing that I'd like to mention here, Kamesh just mentioning Shark Tank. I'd say go to Shark Tank. It's meaningless money. Yeah, it's meaningless money. ठीक है मतलब आप to be honest 1 करोड़ रुपए आप लेके क्या करोगे मतलब that's like meaningless. ठीक है मतलब but वो value is not giving up 5% of your company or 10% or even 20-30% of your company 1 crore the marketing that you get, right? I know businesses that are doing 30-40 lakh rupees a month in our own domain. Okay. And we're like, okay, we are probably doing 10x, 20x, 30x more than them. And people don't know about us. So, just go to Shark Tank. That's a meaningful amount of raising money. Even if you need money, even if you don't need money, that's you're investing that into marketing. We applied to Shark Tank. We got rejected because we were too big for them. Okay, but we went. So we were like, कि हाँ, हमारा value proposition था, okay, we are giving you 1% of the company for like very meaningless. But our whole objective was like, नहीं यार, your revenue is too high. It doesn't make any sense. आप हमें पता है marketing के लिए आ रहे हो. There's one more thing is, even if you get money or do not get money, there's one of my friend, probably you know the company, it's called Unstop, right? It's one of our partners. We have swap shares, so they own some percentage of our company. We own some percentage of their company, right? They went into Shark Tank, and they said कि पहली बात तो इस Shark Tank में जाने के लिए you have to give 0.5% of your company to them. No questions asked. Okay. Even if you get money, if you don't get money, they are like, okay, we are giving you TD time. So आप 0.5% of the company as equity do to Endemol or I don't know somebody, right? But they gave it because it was free marketing money. They took like 5 crores and smartly because it was only company के valuation उन्होंने बहुत their actual valuation is 200 crores but they kind of came down to 50 crores just क्योंकि लड़ रहे थे उनसे उन्होंने उधर तो हाँ बोल दिया 6 महीने बाद जानबूझ के ड्यू डिलिजेंस में वो खुद ही फेल कर but that was on purpose because they were like okay this was too low valuation I wanted TV time but go in Shark Tank if you want.
That's wonderful. Yeah. So I was saying, like, sales is tough, but as Atulya rightly said, that we can do it with the ethics and moral to have impact on the society. Yeah. So, Anshu, for you, the next question is like, what are the applications of drones in industry and how it is contributing to the India's growth?
So traditionally, we have seen that drones are being used in B2G and B2G and defense, right? But post-COVID, I think everything has changed. There is a lot more acceptability of drones in the public sector, and like B2B and enterprises are also using drones to enhance their operations and cut down their operating costs. Inspection, mapping, surveillance are a couple of use cases that the drones are. I'll tell you what we do. So we currently deploy drones in Meghalaya, Arunachal in the hilly area. As of now, we are serving healthcare. So in Meghalaya, to cover a distance of 30 to 40 kilometers, it takes around easily takes around 3 to 4 hours because the roads are very bad and it gets even worse in the rainy season, right? So what we are doing is we are moving the same parcel because we are flying it over there. We are covering the 30 to 40 kilometers within a couple of minutes, like 20 to 40 minutes. So we are cutting down the time from 3 to 4 hours to 30 to 40 minutes. That's a significant reduction of time. I'll tell you an incident. So in the remote village of Meghalaya, uh, a woman was in the process of delivering a baby and she was losing a lot of blood over there and she needed blood but every major healthcare facility was 3 to 4 hours away or 5 hours away from their village. Luckily we were like operating over there. It was in our operational zone, so we did a blood delivery. We again did an emergency delivery. We again did an emergency delivery. We delivered for the 4 times within a span of 1.5 hours. And today, he is healthy. The baby and the mother is healthy right now. So why? मैं क्यों बता रहा हूँ ये incident? Just to let you know that this far we have come in technology. We are saving time and more importantly, we are saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshu, for sharing the impact of drones in the last mile delivery in the category of medical emergency and all those things. Thank you so much. So now next round of question again, we'll start with the Kavya ma'am. Kavya ma'am, like how do you use technology to overcome the logistical hurdles in rural market and then you empower local communities?
I will have to be very, very honest. It was a big challenge. One, जैसे grassroots entrepreneur जो होता है या कोई भी entrepreneur, like I think Rahul is here, तो then you must have heard so many yesterday. वो सब one man army से ही start करते हैं, more or less. I mean, barring a few exceptions. So एक तो मैं खुद ही tech handicap हूँ literally. Despite the fact that I did my computer science, this thing from Miranda House, I am a tech, and I consider myself tech handicapped because I'm more creatively driven person. But then we realized much early कि अगर impact grassroots पे लाना है और उसको urban market में ले जाना है और scale it up to some kind of milestone that we are looking, tech has to be a major part. I would be very honest in saying we haven't really done much. But we do use a bit of channels. We do use certain technology. Data management is one of the most critical things. And I think data को हम बहुत कुछ time पहले तक, I think about 10 years back तक हम data को बहुत हल्के में लेते थे. बहुत ज़्यादा lightly लिया करते थे. And I feel data now is money. Any kind of data that you're sitting on is literal hard money that you're sitting on. So we, first of all, despite being a tribal located enterprise, both of my companies. We invest a lot in data management. And that data is coming from various sources, right? From how our packages are reaching Guatemala in Central America to what kind of rejects are happening, at which stage the rejects are happening. Then we would have data management on pin codes of where retail orders are coming, what is the age group of the customers. So there's a whole audience profiling that happens. Then, of course, like I said, we do a lot of predictive analysis, forecasting. I won't even touch AI because that is something I'm not, so we go basic. But then again, I feel ki, data, I would say technology is a journey. You need to keep discovering the chapters of how your business, yeah, how as a corporate you want to imbibe that technology that suits your needs. So I'll also give you the corporate example. Like I started my career with India's topmost Fortune 500, Indian Oil. Now I was recruited as a core HR, and very early in my career, I got into SAP. Now SAP back then was a big thing. I'm talking about 2010. When I got my job. So उस time पे बहुत नया था, and Indian Oil की average population is around 37 years. It has an aged population, and they were not computer prowess or digital prowess. So much early, I realized that if I need to grow in HR, and this goes out to all students and who study HR, analytics would be a great start because not many will be there to compete with me. So I feel that one needs to find their edge. Number one, हर business के लिए technology need different होती है. Today, the stage where we are, probably, I feel that myself and Rahul were talking yesterday that how drones, since I also am a FICCI president to Arunachal Pradesh, how critical it is, the kind of roads and infrastructure India has. And अगर आप average भी देखो, चाहे वो प्रधानमंत्री योजनाएं हो, चाहे वो all the startups that are functioning, more or less they are catering to tier 3 cities, tier 2 cities, because that's where the gold is lying. One just needs to understand that किस level का आपको tech चाहिए, and can you offer a seamless experience. So we don't do a lot of things, but what we do kind of gives us a result. And of course, then, I think it was last year when we realized that we need a data scientist to just manage everything because मैं तो नहीं कर सकती ये काम. So yeah, and I think it's a journey that we are taking, and maybe mashallah as like time we use Rahul's drones to sort of send our products from one location to another. But yeah, today we rely more on models and they work fine for us. And in this journey, also data is a very, very critical aspect. So all of us sitting here should, value that risk.
Yeah, so I would say, I mean, to your wish, like, you have to definitely use choose bronze for developing growing market. Okay, Atulya, a question for you is like, what measures should India take to leverage its unskilled workforce for achieving 30 trillion economy?
I got the sense, but I just want to hear it like.
What measures India should take to, tap the unskilled workforce for achieving 30 trillion economy?
Um, so regardless of what the government does or not does, it'll happen. It's just that the amount of time it will take, right? Uh, because China is already there, right? And they are decaying per se in terms of their population growth has expanded or has peaked, right? And India, at least again, I personally think that for the next 20, 30 years, it has its golden period of time, right? And we've seen in history, so history kind of always repeats itself. Uh, I could be wrong, but from my raw knowledge, India was the largest economy of the world between the 180s until 1200 AD. And then for the brief period of about 200, 300 years, there was China, sometimes there was India, then China, and then finally United Kingdom and the US, right? So the economic gravity of the world is again coming to the West, right? But again, to answer your question, uh, I think India must diversify, which it is right now. So there were certain levels that we take. So I particularly think 1950s, 1960s, 70s, 80s were a lost time. There were too many decisions not taken. Well, it's not that the decisions were taken wrong. It's like decisions were not taken at all. 1991 post that we had a lever which boosted our market for about next 10, 15 years, right? And it was a major thing. It was an amazing thing. And we are reaping benefits of that till now, right? I think one of the benefits that most important thing that happened to the country in recent time was GST. GST was an absolute game changer. For example, startups like Flipkart, Amazon, and all of these others. The taxing system was too complicated. You got to adhere with the taxes and VATs of one state, second state, third state. So again, now it's simplified. There's one common market. There's one common tax for everything. So again, we need to find such more levers. But from a skilled workforce standpoint, I think we work with the services sector a lot in terms of corporate partners. And let me tell you, things are bad. Like things are very, 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 very bad. For example, TCS gets 50% of its revenue, 50, from UK. They are, very much concentrated there. If you look at Cape Gemini, that's more or less into approximately 30 to 40% of their market is Germany and France, right? If you look at, for example, Composite, again, US market and Canada, they are very much concentrated upon. So every company so if you look at even these IT companies, they have their major subsegments wherein they are kind of looking to create monopoly, even though they are competing for the same pie, but either it's technology. So for example, if it's a SAP product, in that case, Infosys has an edge over everybody. TCS, well, they'll do it more cleaner, they'll do it at more cost effective manner than TCS and everybody, right? Because that's their forte. But what has exactly happened was we got a humongous amount of growth during COVID, which was basically 2020, 2021, because for example, companies like the H&M and for example, McDonald's and everybody is like, nobody's visiting our store and people are coming online. So we need to sell them stuff. So which is why, again, they don't make their technology in-house. So thus they started offering or that they started giving a lot of projects to all of these companies and these companies overhired. For example, TCS, which has 6 lakh employees at the bottom of the pyramid, they must ideally have 20% at max, right? So ideally, they should be hiring 50, 60,000 people a year, in a year. They hired approximately 1.5 lakh people in a single year because they had to, because there was something called as the great resignation also. If you're aware, everybody was resigning and going to higher package job. Why? Because GCCs were opening in India. GCC is Global Capacity Center. So companies realized that why do they give projects to all of these companies when then they can open their own capacity centers in India. So again, to do things cheaply on their end. So the services sector is going through a very troublesome period because they overhired and that momentum has slowed down. And that will happen if you focus too much on one domain, right? India is growing at 6%, 7%. That's what the government says. But the services sector of the market is not growing at all. In fact, Infosys and all of these companies posted a negative quarter growth for the last thing. So since 1991 liberalization, what happened was India became like a IT service powerhouse of the world or the back office of the world. I think that paradigm needs to change to manufacturing. Because अगर आप यार एक simple देखो, एक IT वाले बंदे की जॉब लगेगी on average salary of 50-60,000, right? How many lives are you changing? First, let's second degree, third degree. He's again first degree, again his family. Second degree, he's even hire a maid. Obviously not a driver, but house help, एक या दो, and that's it, right? And उसके बाद network effects से he's spending money, right? But there's one person. But you can't provide an IT services job to somebody who's in tier 3 cities जिसने 12th की degree करी है. So employment at large आपका unaffected रहेगा. It's again you're getting money from again. If you look at IT services, who were the first one to enter all of these companies? People. Why did Bangalore grow at first? Was because HAL, ISRO, and all of these tech companies of India, homegrown companies, because they were tech back then, were based in Bangalore. उन्होंने अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाया इंजीनियरिंग करवाई सो टैलेंट पूल उधर डेवलप हो गया because they were also concentrated people from the same background, so it was not like a Bangalore happened on its own. It was because geographically government ने decide करा कि it's better to have all of these things there. So manufacturing is something that needs to go by as the primary thing, and I think which is what the government is doing, because we've also come to realize that global supply chain could be affected. For example, drones, right? Anshu is creating that. India realized that okay, for example, the Ukraine war is happening, or the Israel war is happening. One majority of the thing is if the US and the Europe stops supplying weapons to Ukraine, the war would end in 2 weeks. Does India want to take the same risk of foreign policy, wherein if they go ahead with, let's say, China, Russia could say that we'll not offer you weapons. Or the US could say that we'll not offer you weapons because we don't want to awake the dragon, wake up the dragon. So they kind of realized indigenous solutions चाहिए. And again, manufacturing, not just with the drone sector or the defense sector, needs to be catered to. But apart from that, the overall manufacturing, like a closed country, अगर पूरा country बंद हो गया, China survive कर सकता है, apart from the semiconductor stuff. However, India cannot. Even in manufacturing, because raw materials are basically imported out there. Again, defense is again very important in manufacturing. For example, if you look at this 180 and 1280 I'm talking about, India was absolutely the powerhouse of the world. Core at scientific research, core at philosophy, core at governance, the Chanakya Niti and everything. I just spoke about Nalanda, which was the greatest institution ever in the world. But you see what happens when you overinvest in other things and do not invest in defense. Right? We didn't invest in defense of those times. We were the powerhouse, but the greatest university is in there. Right? So again, manufacturing and upskilling people. So one more thing is, why do most of the manufacturing companies go to Tamil Nadu? Not even Karnataka. Right, you need to ask yourself that question. It's also dependent upon the government, about the policy. For example, a big businessman would not invest in West Bengal. Why? Because the local government is not stable enough. And again, what they've seen with Tata Motors and all of that. So they want a central stable government, no Jodhpur ki sarkar. So that's there, I guess. Modi will come again in 24 and then 29 also they'll come. But apart from that, they want a stable government. And I'm not talking about Modi or somebody else, right? When I speak about Tamil Nadu, they're like, okay, the BMK government is going to stay for at least 10 years or say. Okay, it'll take about 6 to 7 years to set up our business and have it become profitable. We want stability afterward. Yeah, trade unions ban gayi 2-3 saal mein after opening all of that. So again, to answer my question was everybody is setting up factories. Mostly in Tamil Nadu is because the labor skill is much better than anywhere else. So, and labor skills, when I talk about, it's like electricians, plumbers, the second degree, the white collar, sorry, the blue collar.
Yeah, मैं कुछ ऐड करना चाहूंगी. I'm taking a permission. Should I? Can I just add? Like the first of all, public apology. मैं राहुल बोल रही थी. That's so wrong. So sorry, Anshul. Upskilling की बात पे I would just want to add one more point to the Atulya's inputs was that we are sitting on a talent ka khazana in the rural and the not so, I mean, beyond metros. Now, I will give you an example that how I understood this khazana is that I've traveled a lot because of my body of work. Now, these younger generation, unskilled, or I would say younger lot, who are still studying 12th, या कुछ vocational training ले लेते हैं again, tailoring, electrician, plumbing job. They know how to operate a TikTok with VPN, which is something we won't know, and they know their workarounds. The whole point is that their energies today are not directed towards the right sectors that they want to. So, like in the morning, we were with director taking a round of the campus, and he was showing that how so many of the women they make it to the top, but however, 10 years down the line, for some cultural reasons, they have to lose their jobs. So is India, when it's aiming for a 30 trillion economy, has created a setup enough that whether you are a tier 1 or a tier 2, there are enough work from home, technical opportunities for per se women who can't do a full-time job? Then we need to work around that. There need to be startups around that. There needs to be ecosystem around that to not have breaking the culture in one go, but also ensuring that every sector or every population is contributing to that target. That's number one. That we need to have that kind of ecosystem also. Her setup, engage ho paye us target mein. Second is definitely utilization of energy. I feel that it's now the reach. I think Atulya you said that. The situation is very bad in reality. I myself see this every day in, day out, that how youngsters who are literally possessing so much talent and energy are not getting access to opportunities in smaller cities. Like you would say, I would say even smaller city than Kanpur, or let's say a Jalandhar. You go further down to, let's say, deeper cities beyond Amritsar, or you go to Barmer in Rajasthan for that matter, one of the most richest. So by the way, Barmer contributes to the highest GDP of Rajasthan, more than any other district. But then the kind of utilization of youth there is immensely saddening. The unemployment rates are bad because everyone can't be absorbed in that oil refinery. And the educational institutes are not able to create enough opportunities. So then there has to be an ecosystem like edtechs, like slowly we are getting there. It needs to get more and more robust so that this entire janta, which is divided socially, culturally, age group wise, has some kind of safety net to operate to contribute to this, target that we are aiming for.
Oh, one more thing that I'd like to add is India has more educational institutes than ITIs.
Yeah, I agree.
You want to become a manufacturing country, and आप plumbers, electricians, infrastructure में जो भी काम होता है उसके लिए जो ITIs होने चाहिए, you don't have that many that probably China does, or even let's say 20, 10, 20, 30%. अगर आप एक इंजीनियर निकाल रहे हो अपनी कंट्री से, एटलीस्ट उसकी कैपेसिटी में टू हैव अ गुड पिरामिड स्ट्रक्चर यू नीड टू हैव 10 people coming out of ITI, right? So I think we should invest in having more ITIs and also change the social stigma around people. So for example, this is somebody that I know, he was my driver. He's like he's a farmer, so 3 महीने में एक बार खेती उसे लगानी होती है, हटानी होती है, उसके लिए भी he has help from the local community जिन्हें वो दिहाड़ी पे रख के अपना फार्म जुतवाता है, right? He's like यार मैं ओवरऑल साल के 2-3 लाख रुपए कमाता हूँ. Like okay ठीक है, what I understand is you need to work for 4 to 5 days every 3 months, and that also you pay like 5-6 people 300-400 rupees a day, and उससे आप अपना काम कर लो. The rest of the 3 months, now you're working for me and driving my car. Or let's say when you were not doing that, आप क्या कर रहे थे? पेड़ के नीचे बैठ के पत्ते खेलता था पूरा. It's like okay, कुछ और कर लेते. So it's like कि नहीं हम इस community से आते हैं, हमारे यहाँ पे ये वाला काम let's say स्विगी डिलीवरी बॉय का या फिर एक शॉप खोलने का या फिर so on नीचे देखा जाता है. So he's ready, or let's say plumb. मैंने उसे बोला कि यार ITI से आप वो कर लेते कोई कोर्स plumbing, electrician or something like that. Learn a skill, learn a trade. Like नहीं, हमारे को community में खराब देखा जाता है. हम गरीब रहेंगे, we'll be a farmer, but we'll not learn any trade. So there's a social stigma that the government needs to change because you can't employ 60% of the people in agriculture. If you want to grow an economy, so आपका max to max 10% of the your labor force should be there in agriculture and producing even larger amount of things. So one thing that also happened back was, for example, if you look at Punjab, Punjab was a very rich state in 1990s. Why? Because they had this green revolution thing going on, right? But that backfired for them. It worked too well. कि यार जब इंडिया के अंदर agriculture was good and we were low income country, so it was good. It was paying it dividends. And Haryana was not able to capture on that specifically बहुत अच्छी तरीके से जो पंजाब ने करा, but it worked in their favor. They had to look somewhere else. Now, if you look at Faridabad, Gurgaon, Karnal, and all of that, industries are being set up. It's the richest state in northern India. Well, I'll only say it is this is the only good state in northern India performing great in manufacturing.
Okay, so basically we need to, do the branding for ITI, right? And to make it more popular. Thank you. Yeah. Anshu, the last question for you is like, what are the advancement in drone technology and what are the measures, industry should take as far as safety is concerned in application of it?
Sure. So drone market is currently, it just opened up and it is currently at a very nascent stage. But as the industry is maturing, we have seen a lot of advancement in the drone tech. So when we started to build our product, our flagship product in 2019, I remember we used to train our AI day in and day out. And we trained it for a year and a half and we were able to develop precision navigation, precision landing, obstacle avoidance, and a couple of more of that. So we worked on that for 3 years, and in 2022, we finally developed our flagship product, which is called Vertiplane X3, which is capable to carry up to 3 to 5 kgs of payload and go up to 100 kilometers in a single charge, which is quote unquote India's fastest drone, can go up to 120 kilometers per hour. Which is completely made in India. It is designed in India, it is manufactured in India, and it is made for India. So now so now this particular step is done. Now what we are aiming for? We are aiming for bigger drones. So we are currently building a drone which can carry up to 40 kgs and go up to 300 kilometers, which we were able to do, I think, within a coming 2 years. So so if I look back 4 years back, we have come very far from where we used to, but we still have a long way to go. Thank you.
Yeah, so here we come to end with our interesting discussion. Now we can have a couple of questions from audience, but because of the time limitations, we could have only a couple of questions.
Hello, this is Dr. Shubham. My question is to Atulji. Atulji, I've been worked in the tech sector for around 6.5 years, but my question is from a student perspective. Now, there are a lot of edtech coming up which are providing a similar kind of services in terms of upskilling and all. So from a student perspective, there are going to be some startups which are going to be in the limelight. For example, they'll be spending too much on their marketing. As you just mentioned that if you would have gone to startup, a lot of people would have known about it. So from a student perspective, how does a student differentiate that which is the company or which is the startup where they can get themselves enrolled and actually get scaled up for their career progression? What parameters can a student look up? Thank you.
So, first of all, from the branding standpoint, right? Again, the brand positioning and your core offering. You need to find a unique way. So, for example, let's say all the edtechs were offering यार course ले लो और 30,000 50,000 रुपए का course ले लो, right? That was one category. The second category was the Udemis of the world, is like low cart value 500 रुपए का एक single course. But at the very end of the day, most of them were offering, yeah, what you buy a single piece. So like, okay, uh, let's look at their objectives. How many industry standard में अपन लोग देखते हैं कि यार repeat purchases कितनी हो रही है industry में, right? So for example, we spoke to some people working inside these companies. It's like we came to understand कि यार अगर 10 लोग आपको 500 रुपए दे रहे हैं, 10 लोग आपको 30,000 रुपए दे रहे हैं, 30,000 रुपए देने के बाद there is no repeat purchase, it's like 1 in 100. So फिर से पैसा नहीं निकलने वाला, right? Again हमारा पूरा FMCG is upon repeat purchases, right? So EdTech में that cart value there is no repeat purchase even with Byju's and everything, right? One because their product is so bad. At low cart value of 500, 600, if you look at Udemy, so in that case we came to an understanding that they lose out money on their first transaction. Like they do a lot of marketing that and they spend like 700, 800 rupees at their customer acquisition cost. And then they see the second purchase by at least 30 to 40% of the people, right? So on the second transaction, they make like 30% profit margin. And yes, the third and the fourth transactions from the same user are, fairly like 20, 25%, right? So we came to an understanding that, okay, at a lower cart value product, people are buying courses from Udemy on repeat. And that's their business model. So यार जरूरत तो है, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि 30,000 वाले में उसने एक बार खरीदा तो वो सेकंड टाइम नहीं खरीदना चाहता था. इस ज्यादा है कि उसका एक्सपीरियंस अच्छा नहीं था, वैल्यू फॉर मनी नहीं लगी. So it's like, okay, we should not be definitely doing that approach because तुम एक बंदे को 30,000 का बेचो या फिर 30 लोगों को 1,000 का बेच दो तो वो एक ही बात है. So let's play the other. It's like, okay, 500 rupees wala and then the low cart value and hoping for repeat purchases also, it's not big. If we do that, there's no differentiation between us. This company has $700 million in revenue, relatively low in India, like 200, 300 crores in India, but still, it's a decent amount. Like if we do and if we try to play their game, we will fail. And we do not have external money. So it's like, okay, we have to position ourselves in a different way with a different marketing strategy. So जिसका वो thought process होगा, at least वो आएगा. So which is why we came up with a subscription model. अपन लोगों ने क्या देखा कि यार एक कोर्स खरीदा, उसके बाद बंदा क्या कर रहा है, वो YouTube पे जा रहा है, इंटरनेट पे जा रहा है, एंड देन वो जुगाड़ करके कर रहा है बिकॉज चाहता तो है वो कोर्स खरीदना, बट he's like either his experience from the first course or second batch that he's hesitant to take up from anybody, right? Or he does not have enough money. He's like यार नहीं बार बार कोर्स थोड़ी खरीदता फिरूंगा, तो एक काम करो YouTube से जुगाड़ चला and all of these things. So which is why like, okay, let's make up a subscription model. जिसको वो समझ आया एटलीस्ट वो टारगेट ऑडियंस हमारी यूनिक रहेगी because nobody has that. So like you pay us money once and then जब आप कॉलेज में घुसे हो, जब से लेके आपकी जॉब नहीं लग जाती है तब तक whatever you would need as an engineer, even if you're an IT or even if you're looking for a manufacturing job as an engineer. So right now at TG's engineer we don't focus upon management and all that, right? For example, management के हैं, we have Python, data science and Tableau and all, but वो थोड़ा advanced. That's like if you guys try to do it, वो overkill हो जाएगा आपके लिए. That's like too much technical stuff. We need to reduce. So in fact, we partnered with Unstop. We provide them our courses and वो also 30% then they give to the MBAs of all. So again, brand entry we did it from a different strategy. कि यार अगर if I play your game, so I'm going to lose. So I need to find my own game. So that's what we did. We also came to a realization of branding needs a lot of money. या तो मैं उस गेम में चला जाऊं, कस्टमर एक्विजिशन टैग वाले गेम में चला जाऊं कि यार इतना पैसा एड पे खर्च करो और फिर उतना कमाए एंड सो ऑन. So we try to find out organic ways to grow. So as you were talking about data, we leverage our data humongously. आपने हमारी वेबसाइट पे साइन अप कर लिया ना, हमारा गोल बेचना नहीं है आपको. अब मेरा गोल है कि कैसे मैं तुम्हें अपनी सोशल मीडिया पे ले, बिकॉज मैं या तो तुम्हें एसएमएस भेजूंगा या ईमेल भेजूंगा या फोन भेजूंगा, मैं उस गेम में हर बार पैसे खर्च करता हूँ. But if you are on my social media and I have humongously good social media presence or engagement rates are very high, so I don't have to spend any money apart from my fixed cost of employees, then you will see me again. So we have approximately 700K followers on our Instagram. We have approximately 500K subscribers on our YouTube and so on. So I roll out our marketing from a perspective of message भेजा, this particular XYZ company is hiring for internship. I could have given the link directly. It's like, no, the link is posted on the social media. Make sure that you follow that so that you get regular updates there. You fall in the loop. And then ads जो हम चलाते हैं, then फिर हम अलग तरीके से चलाते हैं. For example, we don't run ads upon here, ads दिखाओ जिससे भी दिखाना है दिखाओ. I'm giving you a budget. We are like, if you visit our website or if you sign up on our website, मैं तेरे को बोला, let's say if you are the only one who visited my website, I'll put up a budget of 100 rupees every day on you. And it's just you. But what you would feel is कि भाई इस कंपनी पर बहुत पैसा है, मेरे को दिन में 20 बार ad दिखता है. But I've set up a high targeted budget on just. So you'd think that we are as big as an academy, but XYZ other people would not know about it because उसको मैं नहीं दिखा रहा. Generally, most social media company, most edtech companies, what they do is they उनका जो market size है वो बहुत बड़ा कर देते हैं, वो ads run करने के लिए. They like performance marketing बिल्कुल targeted करेंगे. If you know you are a TG, then only we'll run ads. हम Instagram पे नहीं करेंगे कि भाई तू decide कर ले interest के base पे. So that's one thing. Also, we played the game of B2B also. We have approximately 6 lakh people, paying people using our product. Out of those, 5.1 lakh people are B2B. So we partnered with, let's say, Geetam University. We partnered with SRM University. So what SRM does is, यार हमने अपने बच्चों के लिए सब्सक्रिप्शन ले लिया. The student does not need to pay. So student को हम let's say 5,000-6,000 rupees charge करते. SRM को we say you take a subscription for all of your students. Include that in your curriculum and we'll take up like 400 rupees per student from you. And then since it's become part of their curriculum, now they have to do it because their grading and everything is based upon that. And then thus, since there are larger number of people using my product, it does then get suggested कि यार मैं इस कॉलेज का हूँ, मेरे कॉलेज में ये हो गया, अब वो बता रहा है कि यार ये अच्छा है, मेरे कॉलेज में सब यूज करते हैं, उसका फ्रेंड है from a different college. He pays us 5,000-6,000 rupees from his own pocket because his college is not partnered. And then FOMO create हो जाता है. Since college is partnered with us, it's like okay, shift placements इसलिए अच्छे हैं because they are working well with us, so the other college has to do it. So over time, we are more or less becoming a SaaS business because I can run a SaaS business of 100-200 crore rupees with a team of 15 people. But I can't run a B2C business with a team of 15 people with the same revenue.
Thank you, thank you.
A very heartfelt thanks to all the speakers for their valuable contribution and knowledgeable insights. I would also like to thank everyone for being the part of this session. Now, I would request Aparna ma'am, Program Chair of FM, to come on the stage and felicitate Karthik Saxena ma'am with a token of appreciation. Next, I would request Varun sir, Program Chair of First Year, to felicitate Mr. Atulya Kaushik with a token of appreciation. Now, I request Akash sir, Program Chair of Second Year, to felicitate Mr. Anshu Abhishek with a token of appreciation. Now I would like to call upon stage our Director Sir, Dean Student Affairs, and the whole CEC team along with Himanshu Sir and Ashima Ma'am for a group photograph.
innovation, research, and management. Allow me to introduce myself as Mimanta, and I'll be the host for the session. In the words of Helen Keller, alone we can do little, together we can do much. This sentiment encapsulates the essence of our discussion today as we delve into the realm of healthcare, leadership, and its profound impact on shaping our future. Okay, let me talk in generic words. The speakers today we have are those who are working for making our lives safe and easy. Their aim is to be more, to create something which lets us fight the diseases easily and know about it early. When we all are using AI for our projects, these are the innovators, innovating lives and making life simpler by making the best use of technological resources. Firstly, I would like to introduce you all to our esteemed session anchor, Dr. Om Kumari R. But before that, I'd like to introduce ma'am. Ma'am is a graduate and postgraduate from Madras University and done her research in energy economics. Her research paper have been published in renowned journals. Ma'am has experience of teaching for more than 10 years. So without any further ado, let me introduce you to the panel of speakers we have today. First up, we have Mr. Siva Teja Kakileti, a trailblazer in the field of AI, medical imaging, recognized as Forbes 30 under 30 recipient, as the Director Principal Research Scientist at Neramai. Dr. Kakileti has been instrumental in inspiring the breakthroughs that are reshaping the landscape of healthcare. Sir has 23 international patents and advice fellowship recipient. But it's important for us to know the work he's into. Sir, with his team, is completely dedicated to work for cost-effective ways for early dedication of breast cancer. I mean, just imagine the lives and, just imagine the lives, sir, is, changing, and the more people are going to talk about their survival journeys. So give a huge round of applause for Mr. Siva. I would like to call Director Sir on the stage to present a shawl to the sir and a green certificate. Next up, we have Karishma Shah, co-founder of Clinibiz, a visionary leader committed to adjusting access to clinical trials. With a background in biotechnology and a passion for genetics, ma'am is someone who worked under the membership of person who discovered the vaccine of SARS. Ma'am's endeavor have been the driving forces in making novel therapeutics more accessible and affordable. I would like to call Dr. Ramzan Sama to present a green certificate and shawl to ma'am. Last but not the least, we have Rashid Karim Banakal, other luminary acknowledged in the Forbes 30 under 30 list. As the co-founder of Gen Robotics, Rashid sir brings a wealth of experience in engineering and entrepreneurship, spearheading initiatives that are transforming the healthcare industry and working for people's dignity at the same time. I would like to call Dr. Daneshwar sir to present a green certificate and a shawl to sir. I would like to inform everyone, all the speakers here, this certificate symbolizes a tree that has been planted in your name. Each certificate comes with a unique tracking ID, allowing them to monitor the progress of the tree. I'm glad to inform that our anchor is there, and I would now like to hand over the mic to her to proceedings.
A very good morning to one and all. First of all, I'd like to mention that this session has been scheduled rightly on the right day. If everybody knows, this is the Innovation Day. We are celebrating Innovation Day today. And we have three innovators, three esteemed personalities who have contributed greatly to the healthcare services. So without wasting much of time, because our students are very eager to know about your contributions. So getting ahead. As Mimamsa has rightly said, cancer, especially breast cancer, has been increasing rapidly in the recent years, and it has, in future, it is estimated that among two females, one would be affected with this in the coming years. And now it's 25% of all the cancers, breast cancer is again alone occupying 25% and affecting millions of lives. Niramai Foundation, of course, the vision of Manjunath, Geeta Manjunath. I was really, it gave me so much of pleasure reading the contribution that you people have made. And so basically, how the idea of integrating AI, ML, and how did you come out with a technology which is radiation free, and that too, it screens breast cancer before the tumors emerge. Can you just believe that? Tumor होने के बाद उसको diagnose करना, everybody knows, but they have really pitched into a particular area where they can provide us a detailed analysis before your that is the vessels they convert into tumors. I'm really curious to know about it, sir. Can you just brief us the ideation, how it all evolved, and how you have presented it?
So, maybe I'll tell you how we have started this problem statement. So back in 2015, if you see how breast cancer is diagnosed in countries like India, we detect with hand. So women have to go to the PHCs and then there's the gynecologist. And in many places, often male person. So there is an embarrassment, sometimes there are harassment cases that are happening. And even with that, right, we are only able to save 1 out of 2 women diagnosed with cancers, even till today. If you see last year's statistics, close to 2 lakh women diagnosed with cancer and 1 lakh women lost their lives. Then if you want to understand like why we are losing lives, one of the main reason is we are catching them in the later stages. Because if you see Western countries, they have well-equipped screening modalities like mammography, which uses X-rays, and then systematic screening has shown benefits. But for countries like India, we can't implement it because mammography costs like 1 crore, 2 crore machines. So how do we implement it everywhere, all over India? It is not a scalable solution. And then there is a risks of radiation. And second thing is that for countries like India, privacy is a major concern. For any breast screening, woman goes, there will be male technician or female technician, but ultimately they have to undress in front of them, which is not a comfortable experience. So we thought, can we create a privacy aware experience? And the second aspect is that if you see the cancer incidence in countries like India, again, it is shifting towards younger women. Whereas in Western countries, the peak is around 50 to 60 years. For countries like India, it is 40 to 50. That means 50% of cancers which we're detecting are below 50 years of age. And unfortunately, mammography is not applicable. So whatever is working in Western countries, we can't directly take and then apply it in India. So we thought, can we come up with new imaging modalities, specifically for countries like India? And then we did research back in 2015, and we found that there is this imaging modality which is called thermal imaging. All it does is whatever the long wave infrared radiation that is emitted naturally from a body, it just collects. So we're not injecting anything, we're not sending any X-rays, we are just collecting what is naturally emitted by the body. So it is completely safe. And this can be collected, it's more like how we capture a mobile picture, but rather than capturing the actual image, we are capturing the temperature readings. I think all of you might have seen in during COVID, you might have seen in airports, they're capturing the thermal faces of the thermal images of the face. The same thing, but we capture it for the breast tissue. And the unique advantage of these thermal cameras are that they're portable. We can carry it in a backpack and do the screening camps. They cost like 110, 120 at the mammography machines. And the lowest device which we have is under 2 lakhs. So it is that cost effective and it can work for younger women. There is no radiation. It's completely safe. So that's how we started working in 2015. But one of the main challenge at that point of time is that it is completely subjective. If you don't know how to interpret these thermal images, you can misinterpret because there is no standardization. All we are capturing is temperature values, which are real numbers. So there is no unique way of understanding it. So there is a lot of misuse that can happen. So that's when we integrated artificial intelligence algorithms and then combine this with the thermal imaging to develop an innovative thermalytics device, which we call, which is a combination of thermal imaging and analytics. And yes, that's how the idea got started. And since then, we have continued our journey to improve these algorithms, conducting various clinical trials to show that it really works. And now, I think in the beginning of this year, we have already completed 160,000 women's screenings all over India. So which means we have saved a lot of lives by having this test conducted even in the remotest areas of India.
Thank you, Shiva. One more thing I'd like to add on. He has 23 patents to his name. Like, I think at his young age, having 23 patents and also having a PhD from International University. Like, after doing his research, he got his PhD. This is what I came to know. Because as an into academia, what we do is after enrolling into PhD, we do research. But you have done the other way around, which is very interesting. So now, thank you, Siva, for elaborating it. So now, Trishna, yeah, the co-founder of Clinivis. Again, it was interesting, very interesting that how, again, I should say that it's not only the knowledge of biotech or it's not only the knowledge of medicine, but it's also the knowledge of AI technology, which is very important to come out with healthcare solutions. Right. So I would, especially our students would like to know that how again you have integrated the automation technology, analytics, and AI into your clinical trial process. Very interesting.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And thank you all for having me here. Yeah, so it's exactly that, I mean, I guess everyone probably knows about clinical trials after 2020. It was a wild introduction for us into what medical breakthroughs look like. But it's 2024 now, and what I still find is that within the space of clinical trials, we still seem to be stuck in the past a little bit. For example, very simple things that in other industries are just common, like using electronic barcoding or data inputting. In the medical industry, most clinical trials, especially in India, use paper and handwritten notes to conduct these trials. So yeah, so we started Clinivis back in 2016 with the idea of kicking all these outdated practices to the curb and trying to reduce all inefficiencies by combining sometimes complex, sometimes simple technologies. So what we do is we use AI and automation to firstly is to design the protocols itself for these studies, designing these studies, analyzing and predicting which is the best location in the world for the highest success rate for a particular trial. We use these like imaging captures so that nurses don't have to write down these notes and it just automatically gets uploaded. We really believe in remote clinical trials, which is the patient doesn't even actually have to come to the clinic or the hospital using wearables and technologies. For example, a diabetes patient can be sitting at home and having these monitors that tracks all their data constantly with like home visits and stuff, which really gives the patient a better experience to be part of the clinical trial itself. We do this thing called risk-based monitoring, which is kind of like we like to call it a crystal ball, which lets us know how the trial is going to go, so we can predict better. Like it uses machine learning and algorithms to predict better. Sorry. How whether like a patient will be safe, whether there's going to be an adverse effect for them, so we can like come up with criterias around to ensure that that doesn't happen. If a patient is going to drop out, for what reason that could be, or even if a trial is not working for some reason, you can stop it before it gets pretty bad. And also the last thing that we do is around patient recruitment itself. Like how many of us know about clinical trials but don't really know how a loved one, if they really need to get into one, how to even go about it. So what we do is like we analyze patient information and bring these trials targeted to them, especially online. So more people have better access to these kind of research and can be a better part of these trials. So yeah, I think our mission is more around making these trials more accessible to patients and also making them easier for doctors to actually conduct them.
Thank you, Pushpa. I feel India is in the safer hands. The future is very safe. Like, unlike us who have been countering all those issues, but maybe the future generation, with you contributing to the healthcare services is going to be a great. Yeah. Thank you, Krishna, again. So now, Rashid. So for a couple of years, we have been reading in the magazines and newspapers, is robots going to replace the surgeons, right? A very interesting area. क्या सारे operations of surgery robots करेंगे क्या? Like, this is what the query that we carry on our mind. And I think we have the right person today to answer this. Is this really going to happen? Or this is all the stuff which is only in media? Yeah, Rashid, we'd like to hear from you.
So basically, it is like somewhere we can tell that there will be a replacement of the surgeons, but on the same time, it will increase the efficiency. So basically, as humans, so if we get some diseases, we always prefer to go to the best doctor. Why? Because of that precision. We want the best doctor because the best doctor can cut the skin without knowing to the veins or knowing to the person. That is the beauty of a surgeon. So if we check about on the robotics, there we call it as precision robotics. There we can use this kind of robots for doing all this surgery, not only just limited to the surgery, but also to many areas. So let's take, so right now we're working in a one sector called treating the paraplegic patients. So we know that right now, maybe in some of our known relatives or maybe in our family itself, we will be having persons who are down with a stroke or spinal cord injury or maybe because of accident. So they will not be able to walk again. Why? Because in our India also, the awareness towards the physiotherapy or the physiotherapy after the operation or surgery, that is also not happening. So what happening is like these people will not be able to walk again and they will be kept on the bed. So what happens is like these people will become as a burden to their family. So even whether it is their son or mother or father, whoever it will turn it as a burden. So what we done is like we created a gait trainer, which is called G Gator. With that, we can treat these paraplegic patients and we can make them to walk back again to their life in a very shorter time. So let's say within a 3 months or 6 months, based on the severity, on the situation and condition of the patient. So this is the advantage. So even if we talk about the replacement of the surgeons, on the same way, it is treating and it is giving life to many of the people. Not only that, so on other side, on the technical background I'm talking, so it will create a lot of job opportunities, specifically onto the designing of the AI, ML, its coding, its algorithm creation, everything it will get created. And on the other side is like the about we call it as the hardware side, creating these robots. That is also like in a big segment. On the manufacturing side, a lot of job will get emerged, and there itself like a good business will create. So basically, if something is getting replaced on the same way, on the other side, a lot of opportunities and lot of advantages and improvements also happening.
Thank you, Rashid. Your conversation reminds me of a famous economics quote where we consider the challenges always equal to opportunities, right? So in economics, this is the basic principle that we apply. Challenge है, इसका मतलब वहाँ एक नया opportunity है. We have to grab it. And as rightly mentioned, I think robotics has a very bright future ahead. So now, moving ahead, of course, our students also, now they have a very clear idea of how Shiva, Krishna, and Rashid have been contributing to the healthcare services, like how they have integrated technology with the biotech and other areas. So, without wasting much of your time, Rashid sir, I would like to know, because they are operating already in 22 states, Rashid, with their projects, they have been signing agreements, and I think you are with the government. And they have actually dignified the manual cleaning has been replaced by robots. Like very interesting. I had read it in depth. Like what I would like to know is there is a recent fellowship which has been instituted, right, by corporate Adani Group to you. Can you just throw light on this new project?
Yeah, so basically before throwing it, I will like to call about the history of gender bodies of myself also. Because the thing is like we started as a student startup. Even I was also sitting like this in front of these sessions and I was hearing to many of the people. During the time like 2012 to 16, I was doing my engineering in computer science. So at that time, I was like wondering, like to create the technologies that will help the society. That was my vision, not particularly on create something there. So we started with not with this healthcare, not with the sanitation also. We started with the exoskeleton. That means like human wearable robotics. So we were like passionate about the movies like this Iron Man, Transformers. Basically, that is like kind of fascinating for me also. We always seeing them as a superheroes. Iron Man is doing that, Transformers is doing that. So we also thought that we can also, at least not that much of the fiction movies, we can do something here in the real life also. And we were on the same time, we were like much passionate about the army also. Because even before joining college also, we have been trying to get into army, but unfortunately they didn't take us. That's another one sad part. But okay. So we have been keep trying for that. But we thought we have identified one problem in defense that the soldiers need to walk through different terrains and with the carrying heavy weight also, like 30 kg, 40 kg, 50 kg, minimum to minimum, they have to carry and they have to walk like that for kilometers and kilometers. So what we thought is like if we can create a supporting mechanism, a exoskeleton type, which they can wear and which will reduce the weight. Reducing the weight means like it will be a system where the weight will be put into to the ground. So if they are wearing, they will not be feeling that. If it's like a 30 kg, they will feel like 1 kg to 2 kg. So that was the initial prototype that we have been creating. And we have created a two prototypes out of that. Then what happened is like at the time we are doing the engineering that college only. Then one accident happened. I'm basically from Kerala. So there one accident happened. Actually, three persons died while cleaning a manhole. And one among them was an auto rickshaw driver who tried to save the other two persons who fell in unconscious while cleaning this manhole. And he also get trapped there. Three persons left. So that was a big news. I'm basically from a village. Here also in villages there is no manhole, nothing like that. So we were not aware of that. What is this manhole? So when we saw this news, at that time we were doing our final year on engineering, along with my friends. I have my friends from other backgrounds like mechanical, electrical, like that we have. We're like a bunch of friends, so which we are like always working together. on something or something, always keep doing like that. So this accident actually got our attention. And then we started working, we created the robot called Bandicoot, which is the world's first robot for cleaning the manholes without any human intervention. So this actually started working, and in 2018, we got inaugurated this in presence of our Honorable Prime Minister and UN Secretary General, and many awards also like that. We got the Vice President Award, many things like that happened. And once now it is working in 22 states, so it becomes like an automatic working. It started always it's keep doing that. Now what we got is like another problem that we identified. That is on the healthcare. That is on the paraplegic patients. So we started working on that, and we put in another team to work on, especially on the business side, and on the R&D side, we put in another team to work on the bandicoot for the manual training. And now we put our focus for creating, for designing the new robot for the paraplegic patients. And that's how we created this G-Gator. And that is also working in different hospitals across India. So for helping and for curing these paraplegic patients. So this all like in a coming like in a multiple things will come, and we also need to focus as we are also growing to the here also many of them want to be like a entrepreneur, or maybe some of you are like running a family business, or maybe some of you guys want to join into some other companies. So the thing is like we should be always clear in our minds, focus on our vision basically. So that's how we started. And as you asked, this Adani Fellowship also come in that way. So when Adani Group also found our project like an interesting, because we are not only into a single sector, rather diversifying into multiple sector. That actually caught their interest also. So we also then they said that they will guide us, because Mr. Gautam Adani itself told us that his vision is also to create multiple things. Don't focus on a single thing, rather than create many portfolios and help more and more people. So we also in the same line. So we thought that their guidance, their things always will be helpful for us. And likewise, we also taken Mr. Anand Mahindra also as one of our investor, because that is also their guidance. These are the entrepreneurs, or we also feel like that these are the next level persons who taken our country to top among the world. So this is also what we also want, the same thing, take our country into the next level or above the world.
Yeah, of course, people like you definitely would make this journey more pleasant, and I think it's not far away now. We'll be reaching our target very soon. So thank you, Rashid. So now moving on to Siva. Of course, it was very interesting, like how heat technology or heat waves have been replaced the harmful radiation in detecting the cancer. And maybe last week I had read an article in the newspaper where it shows that 50% of population will have cancer in next 20 to 25 years. I don't know, one among two would be infected by this disease, which is again a very alarming rate, which keeps us worrying all the time. So now I would like to know, how in envisioning the future of Nirabai, how would you integrate AI and ML technologies beyond cancer screening?
That's an interesting question. So at this point, we have our product can detect breast cancer, but now what we are envisioning is that if currently if you want to screen for different cancers or different abnormalities, we have to go to multiple specialists, right? If you want to get there's a bone fracture, you want to go and then do a X-ray and then meet the corresponding specialist. So which is cumbersome, and and many people don't know when to take the test, right? So what we are working on is whole body thermal imaging, which means we just capture the full long wave infrared radiation that's emitting from the body. And once we capture, we get the overall temperature profile, Now, using this temperature profile, now we want to identify different abnormalities. Like with one set of images, can we identify whether the patient is having breast cancer, or can we identify whether there's a bone fracture or knee injury that is happening, or whether there's a diabetic foot retinopathy or a thyroid cancer. So all these things in one shot imaging is what we are envisioning. And as you rightly pointed out, the cancer incidents are increasing. And this trend we are seeing not only in countries like India, but even in the Western countries as well. That overall the trend is increasing. But one good thing about cancers is that if we can detect in early stages, the chance of survival is 90%. But if you miss and then detect at late stages, the chance of survival is merely 10%. If you take breast cancer, if you detect in stage 1, it is completely curable. But if you detect in stage 4, the chance of survival is less than 5%. So it's important that we diagnose these diseases in the early stages. So for that, if you try to have multiple tests and then ask the patient to do all these tests, it's not an easy thing for the individual also. So that's where we're envisioning this whole body imaging, like with one set of screening itself, can we identify multiple diseases at once?
Siva, having conversed with you this morning, you just told me that the kit is so small because we have seen an MRI machine, we have seen a PET scan, which is, of course, you cannot even think of relocating it and installing it. But since you told me that the kit is so small that you can even carry in your backpack and have it in a very small place, we can just fit it and you can get it screened. So do you see that in future we'll be having this equipment at our houses too? Like, what's the future like?
Yes, definitely. I think we will see that in houses. Because even now itself, we have mobile attachments which you can connect to your phones and use thermal cameras.
Okay.
Though these are slightly costlier at this point, like these cost around 40,000, 50,000. But in future, we're envisioning that these will be like 10,000, even less than that. So if that happens, we can see that these sensors can be directly into a mobile phones, which you can use it to track your health. Yeah.
So now I think we should not be scared of cancer anymore, right? So of course, we, especially Indians, they have the mentality like going for an MRI or going for a PET scan. We are inviting cancer rather, right? Because the chances of getting cancer increase or maybe goes by 50% when we get into radiation. This is what I have read. So having this technology, maybe your contribution in this particular field has been really tremendous. And I think it would make us a cancer-free country very soon. Thank you, Siva. So now, Krishma. So I could see that being a female, getting into startup and having such a great vision. And of course, it would not be easy for you to start the journey, like having something new. There are also risks which is associated with this, your future, your career, and other things at stake. And I'd like to know more about it, how you got into it and how you sustain it.
Thank you for asking me that question. I really appreciate it because I don't get to talk about that enough. I always, and I still like, even when the new Forbes, can you hear me now? So the Forbes 30 under 30 2024 list just came out, and I saw that both the healthcare went to men again. So that was something that I was like, I hope there's more representation of women in healthcare, especially with technology in healthcare. And I'm hoping that this talk inspires the women out there as well. I think my journey is a little bit unconventional. I would say, well, I always studied biotechnology. I always knew I wanted to study biotechnology for personal reasons. My family has a history of genetic disorders. So I was very clear about that. But when I was probably 19 or 20 and I was working under the Department of Biodefense in America, what I realized is
I thought it was very slow, like the progress in research was very slow at the time. And I thought, okay, I'm going to be sitting here with these viruses for like the next 10 years and not knowing if I'd create any impact. But that was just me. Maybe I didn't feel passionate about that research. Skip to a few years. The idea of CliniBiz was actually born out of the will to want to do something that creates more impact. And obviously, like the mission was always to make treatments more diverse because I think even now, like all the treatments that we get, they're tried on patients in the West. So we actually don't know how Indian people would actually how they truly react to these treatments. Anyways, how I started it was without any investment in a small room in New York. And at that time, back in 2015 and 2016, remote work wasn't exactly like heard of. Like now everybody knows that after the pandemic and everything. So it was more like, okay, after doing your masters, what are you exactly doing in like with your laptop and working? But I think the idea, and I also think that even for you, the youth of today, is sometimes simple ideas with the right execution can go a long way. So it's not, I think people think of healthcare as a very like capital intensive industry where like you have to get your big break or have a fat wallet to be able to you know go get somewhere. I think it's more about seeing an idea through, and it can actually be some simple solutions that some people in other industries are doing. Obviously there were challenges around being like the co-founder, but being so young and female and people not taking you seriously always. But those are things that I think women now, I mean, the confidence of the girls I've seen today, the students that have been helping has been amazing. So I don't think that's going to be such a big problem in the future. And yeah, like you said, challenges lead to opportunity. Thank you, Ritva. Of course, it's very difficult for a family also. Getting trust of family first. That too, pitching into an area which is very altogether a new one. The confidence and the trust is not easily won by us, right? Maybe we always have the risk. I think.
Just want to add on this. So sometimes that trust is always there, but the thing is like sometimes we need to make a shortcut or like we need to jump above that. Because the thing is like always we can't say that our family will support first. The thing is like it's my experience also, personal experience. I didn't get the personal support. I was working couple of months for TCS. I got placement from the college. But the thing is like I can't tell to my family that I'm resigning from the job just to start a startup. They will call it as a crazy idea. So I have last moment is like I put my resignation paper without telling my mom or dad. And after 1 month notice period also will be there. It's a mandatory. After completing that only, I came to my mom and at that time I have to tell a small lie. I said that actually I was posted in Mumbai. Then I said that mom, I'm not liking the Mumbai culture. Not culture. Actually, that city is very fast and busy, and its pollution is also there. Let's be in Kerala only. Mom said that okay, 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 better. But fathers always, you guys know how it will be. It was a different scene. But yeah, now they are so happy. But the thing that's a different thing.
Being a mother of a grown-up son, even I may not allow my son to pitch in. The conversation stays here, but as a mother, I would never, definitely not allow him to get into those areas. But after this session, I should support him. This is the key takeaway that I have. I had to give my parents a PowerPoint presentation as to why I wanted to leave the job with the biodefense. Yes, absolutely. So my father, and they were like, Indian mentality is that, like, if my family is convinced, the world is convinced, right? Like, this is all the way we have been brought up. Okay, so now what my students are curious to know about is, like, of course, they know what is Clinibiz, what is Niramai, and what is Gen Robotics now. And my question to Rashid, securing investment, again, a very crucial part for startups, right? Everybody has ideas. Ideation, આજકાલ, it's not an issue. Like, again, securing investment is a very crucial part. And how have your innovative ideas attracting investment? This is number one. What insights or strategies could you share to guide our students looking to secure financial support for their own entrepreneurial ventures in their future?
I think almost all students also will be seeking or trying to understand that one part. Uh, to be frank, the first thing which I always carry while on the financial part, even we were not having any financial plan while we are starting the company. We know that at that time, the starting of the time, we said that we require like an around 3 lakhs rupees. Just in a start from the beginning. Then we approached the government because at that time there was no fund from the college. But here, what I'm thinking, what I'm seeing is like for students right now, there are like a lot of opportunities for the financial thing also there. Because while just entering to the hall, I was discussing with the director and with the ma'am also. So they said that the college itself having their own funding model. That means if students having their own ideas, the college is ready to support. We want to take the first investment or the first round of fund, maybe that we call it as a seed fund, which can we can take from our one is that friends, family, or from the college. There are many. And I would tell, don't dilute any equity on the first round for this first round. That we can get it as a grant. We can take this as a grant from either from college or from the government of India also. So right now, government of India is providing, I think, if I'm right, 12 lakhs they are providing on grant. There is nothing that the students need to dilute. That's the first thing. And the thing, how to get an investment, even though that's a big topic to discuss. In a summary, what I'm saying is like on the first round of investment, if it's like in a whether you're going to an angel investor or whether you're going to in a venture capital, they will be looking at you, not on your technology, not on your anything. Rather, they will be looking on you and your team. How much you are confident, what you will do, and how you can create the change in the society both ways, like on the financial wise also and on the technology wise as well. So this is the number one point. This will be the first point that the seed fund at that time they will be looking. And on the second stage, they will be looking, let's say whether it is a pre-series A or a series A stage. At that time, these investors will be looking again on the team only. And the second, they will consider let's say 30-40 percentage on your revenue model or on your technology side. This is how they will fund you. And on the third round, then they will be looking on your revenue. Basically, how much you are creating, how much you are earning, all those things that they will be taking it out. Because for an investor, because the idea is also very clear, if the students or if the entrepreneurs are really looking forward to build something, they will be having a crystal clarity on what to create and how to do that. Even I'm purely a BTech engineer while I'm starting the company. And I was not having any idea about even the PPT also. PPT while we are just doing while on the college time, we used to give some small PPT that also with the help of some seniors or some students like that only. And I hope the students sitting on the backside also used to do like that. I think so. That's how we have been doing. I don't know how here, whether in Rajasthan it is different or not. But the thing is like when we started the company, we were not knowing anything. And when we went to our like a mentor with this pitch deck, he just literally thrown out that pitch deck. He said that this is not the way to create a pitch deck. Don't you guys know how to create a pitch deck? This is the first reply that we received. So that will, but he's a good friend of ours and he's a good mentor. Then he told me, he shared a diagnose and he said that this is a so and so. And we don't know how much to call to an investor. And during our first investment pitch to a investor, that's also to a venture capital. We were like requiring like 30 lakhs. We said that, sir, we need a 30 lakhs rupees. Then they said that, okay, they're ready to give. But the check value for a VC will be starting from, let's say, 1 crore or above that. It's always like that. But we are like, we don't know anything on this investment or anything. So what I'm coming to say is like, there is no, what we can tell, like a written theory, or there is nothing like that. We have to follow so and so, nothing like that. There is no conventional model for creating a company. It will be always like zigzag model, and it is always our own journey, our own way. All those type of startups will win. And as Karishma also said, she is also created through an unconventional method. This is how all the startups start creating. And always the investors focus onto the vision and onto the how these students or how they will perform or how much strong they are. Because when we pitch to a company, to a VC, on the second day, he given the investment without signing the SHA. SHA means like that agreement things. Without signing that, he transferred the amount. And he said that I trust your company. That is enough. And it has been more than 7 years right now. That investor is currently our one of our investor also. And whenever we are raising at that time, they are also putting their own some amount. And so far, we have taken the investment from like Rajanan, and then he was the Google India head, and then this Anand Mahindra, and you guys know about Zoho. Their investor, their founder, Mr. Sridhar Bambu, he is also invested on the last round. Now we are looking for the next round also. So we always seeking this kind of entrepreneurs are ready to invest in good projects and especially on the good teams. So this is my humble suggestion to all the students here. So if you guys are planning to create a startup or to start something, go ahead. Don't bother about the funding or the financial part. It will come on back of you because we started a hardware company and it's been more than 7 years. We are running it very well and more than 400 employees are working in our company. So that much growth and all these things we have been creating with the first vision or the first basement what we have created.
Thank you, Rajat. So putting it in a nutshell, it is the quality and everything would follow behind it, having a vision, working for the society and ensuring that it is highly quality, like quality wise it's good. And I think other things automatically follow. So now my last question open to all the three, whoever would like to pick it up. Government, again, a very controversial thing that I would like to take up. Policy reforms, government, of course, they are playing a very important role because all our contributions may not be reaching the destination until and unless it has been recognized. Because if you guys were not identified under Forbes 30 again, I think people would not have been recognizing you for your efforts. So now working with government, most of you are again working in most of the states with the state governments and the central government. Like what ways might transformative leadership from within youth and across sectors contribute to these developments? And what would be the support that would be required from government side? Like you have to just integrate so that our students would also know like how to proceed and how the government would support us in our vision. But like your personal experiences could also be shared here.
Um, I'll probably speak in the realm of clinical trials and then maybe they can elaborate as well on the other side. One is sorry, can everyone hear me? One positive I would like to say is that in the digital healthcare space, I think the government is doing amazing. Like, you have the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, like Aadhaar is becoming digital. So just putting more users online. So, we have millions of people now with mobile phones and internet access. And I think that really has helped push digital healthcare. And that also creates a lot of accessibility. What I think that they need to work on more, one is definitely like more subsidies in healthcare. Like, for example, there's a lot of subsidies and you'll see in sustainability and environment. I think more needs to be done within healthcare as well still, encouraging more public-private partnerships. I think in terms of policy making and law, our laws need to be updated in a way to keep up with these technological advancements. And that's where I have the most, like I feel like that's the biggest obstacle, that things don't, things are not moving at the same pace that technology is moving. That's why there's so many hurdles. Like we saw that how fast it can be done with like vaccines in the pandemic. If you can really overcome these policy hurdles. I think in terms of the youth, I think encouraging more youth to participate in policy advocacy and policy making within the technology space, because for them it comes easier or more intuitively to use these technologies, to use digitization, as opposed to the lawmakers who are probably from a previous generation. I think that can really help. So having some think tanks and youth advocacy groups within policy. Also awareness about, for example, like within the clinical trial space, there's so much skepticism about like exploitation and deception within clinical trials. So having more young influencers, more young people speak about and spread more awareness about like how this is, like how it can be done in the right manner, it can be done ethically, can also like probably reach more people.
Yeah, I'll add one more word. This is specifically on the personal experience also, because right now we are working with the 22 state governments here in India, and apart from the government of the central government as well. So always what we keen on is like the government is doing the best also. Or obviously there will be, because India is such a big country, so monitoring everything will not be that much easy. So definitely there will be some plus and minus will be there always. But the thing is like the working with the government is also like a good thing only. And I would appreciate all the students here also to at least once you guys have to work with the government also. How, because right now there is a skeptical thinking inside the society, which I have been seeing even right now also. When Madam said the word government, people started laughing or the expression started changing. That itself, I would say that have to change. If we want to change it, then we need to work with the government once. Not with, I'm not talking about we have to work with the lower level people. We have to work with the decision makers. So for example, so right, just 2 days back when I came here, I met the commissioner for Jaipur Heritage Nagar Nigam, Mr. Sudana. He is such a positive person. He's so busy, even though he's ready to hear what we have, what technology we have, and he is willing to share his ideas. He's like a young IAS officer. So the good part is like here across India, there are a lot of good officers are there, are very open to work with the students specifically and the young minds coming out from the college. Because here the good part is like these students will be having a fresh ideas, which is nobody thought. We might be thinking that that is like very small, but the thing is like it is the very big thing. And I would request the management also, if you guys can create some sessions, maybe with these people like these IAS officers and the decision makers, it's like a part chat session So that will encourage the students also to come and change their perspective towards the government. Because we don't know how many of them sitting here, maybe tomorrow's one of the key role decision maker, maybe in the government sector also. So we need to create that kind of a root level change also we need to create. So yeah, this is like my suggestion also. Likewise, I always keeps telling.
I think Rashid and Krishna has covered. What I would add is that I think government has changed the policies. If you see from 2010, like if you are being a startup, government reimburses the patent cost that happens. Like how many of our patents you file, government reimburse up to 2 lakhs for Indian patent and 10 lakhs for international patents. So that is one support they give, and there is no tax for I think close to 5, 6 years. So these are some of the reforms that government has brought in way in 2015. And other aspects is that to the previous question about the funding aspect, right? Rashid has really covered all the aspects. And there, for a company, right, for a startup specifically, try to bootstrap as much as you can. Don't dilute the equity in the beginning itself. There are multiple ways which you can bootstrap. One, you can, if you're a health tech startup, you can apply for BIRAC grant or government grants, which help you to get, money without losing the equity. At the same time, there are accelerators, incubators through government also, like Karnataka has Karnataka incubation. All these things, central as well as state governments have their incubation centers. So use them, utilize them because they not only provide you space, but they also provide you mentorship and prepare you for what's going to come in. Because when you start a startup, you will not be knowing all the things, right? You will only know very minimal things. You really require a guide, and these incubators will be your mentors. So when we started, I think we literally been into like close to 7, 8 incubation centers. So starting with Tata Elixir, we went to Axilor. Like that, we used to jump because we get a lot of exposure by having these, having working with these incubators. So utilize them. And I think Krishna has covered about what policies the government has to make it. Yes, I think there should be specific need on how we can integrate the healthcare into health techs into the PHC specifically, because now we are having an affordable way of diagnosing the diseases by using the technology. But if you see the rural healthcare, they are still using the traditional methods, which might lead to late detections. So government has to embrace these technologies, and government has to consider how we can encourage specifically Indian startups and to easily deploy their solution in rural healthcare.
Of course, very beautifully put in, right? So now, due to paucity of time, we could take some questions from the student side as well. Yeah, now I open the session for questions. Students who are interested can just raise. Hmm.
So still that mammography is considered to be a old standard, right? So what is the sensitivity and specificity of this particular technology compared to the old standard? Number one. And number two question, you can answer this simultaneously. This government has this health sub-center all across, villages and panchayats and all. So because it's going to be a low-cost technology, as you said, it's cost-effective technology. So how you have positioned with the government, or whether government has approved this particular technology in Burma, and how you are going to position and place all this technology, all this equipment, portable equipment in those sub-centers, wellness centers now the government has named it, so that more and more rural population going to be benefited, because we have all the infrastructure placed in the urban areas, but there is a dearth of such resources in the rural areas. So I think these two things.
Uh,
Both are very good questions. So regarding the first question, we have done multiple clinical studies comparing the effectiveness of thermal imaging and mammography. So the accuracies are comparable. And in fact, we found that we have slightly better advantage. As I said, mammography uses the density differences. So it doesn't work for younger women because they have the surrounding tissue also dense. So what we have observed in studies is that close to 30 or 40% of women are not eligible for mammography and they can do thermography. So how we position ourselves is that if the hospital is having a mammography machine and they are screening women with fatty breasts, specifically women above 50 years, so then they can continue with that. But whenever there is inaccessibility of mammography, which is very high, because if you see countries like India, a mammography screening or not even mammography screening is done by 0.9% of people. So, I mean, one of the main reason is that the screening modalities are not accessible and available. So that's where thermal imaging or this portable technology will fit in. And to the second question, yes, we have collaborated with government. Like we have recently completed one project with Punjab government where we have taken only two devices, nothing much, and we used to take it to different districts, like all the 23 districts in Punjab. We went in, and over the last 18 months, we have screened close to 15,000 women. And we have identified close to like 500 people who requires some kind of follow-up. And then 30 people were found to be cancerous by histopathology. So that's a great result when we compare this with a standard screening modality that is currently being implemented in rural setting, which is nothing but hand examination.
Yeah, thank you, Shiva. Yeah, any questions? Yeah.
Shiva Krishna, Rashid, thanks. And it seems I'm the only representative from the government, though I belong to Indian Police Service. My husband is from IAS, so I know a little more about IAS and how the procedure goes around. For procuring any equipment, like if I want to have your thermal equipment, we go in for L1, the lowest quote. So everything gets entangled in that. Government PHCs will buy your equipment, either if it is L1, which means the lowest quote, or if it is a monopoly, like you are the only one who manufacture. So please comment on that. And I totally agree with you, Rashid, that instead of sniggering at government, let's collaborate. And sometimes collaboration may be better at the senior level because we can visualize the need. So it's hand holding by both, which will lead us towards helping the community. But how do you intend to overcome that L1 lowest?
Yes, ma'am. A very good point, ma'am. So the lowest one here, as we said, there is no imaging modality that is there. So currently, that's why the government is looking for providing some kind of imaging modalities. And as you rightly pointed out, they do have this tender specifically for screening the entire states. So that's where we propose what are the benefits, and they not only looking at how low cost it is, but also what is the sensitivity and specificity. Like if I screen X number of people, how many people can be, how many cancers we can detect without raising a lot of false positives. Because if you screen 1,000 people and then call 800 people for diagnostic follow-up, it's ultimately increasing the overall cost of the project. So they are considering sensitivity specificity, as rightly pointed out, ma'am. They consider the overall cost that we're going to put.
Due to paucity of time, we would like to conclude the session. Of course, all the three experts of today's session, yeah, I think you people have played a pivotal role in pioneering the solutions, especially in the healthcare sector. And of course, I think you have bridged the gap between the traditional and the modern medical technologies which are going to emerge. And I think a lot more is going to happen. And we would be seeing all those technological transformations in the coming years to come. And of course, the youth of today's nation would definitely contribute to this positive side, and which is ultimately going to get the nation to the maybe achieving 10 trillion in a very quick span of time. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
As we have come to the end of the session, I would like to thank the panel of speakers who inspired us to not just exist, but to innovate. Innovate for making life simple, innovate for the society. I would request Rakesh sir to be on the stage to present memento to Sivas. I would now request Santosh sir to present a memento to Karishma ma'am. I request Sandeep sir to present a memento to Rashid sir. At the same time, I would like to thank Om Kumari ma'am for taking the session into multiple directions. At last, I'd like to thank my friends and delegates and faculty members for being here and making this session successful. With this said, I'd like to call upon stage Director Sir, Dean Student Affairs, and the whole CEC team along with Himanshu Sir and Asha Mama for a group photograph. Greetings, dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished speakers. It's with great pleasure that we welcome you to plenary session 3 of the 11th International Conference within the Youth 2025 series, graciously hosted by Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur. Today, I'm thrilled to be here as we unite under the overarching theme of catalyzing India's ascent, startups, innovation, and scalable strategy. Someone rightly said, startups thrive on the fertile grounds of innovation, sowing seeds of disruption and harvesting the fruits of progress. This sentiment embodies the heart of our dialogue today as we delve into the sphere of propelling India's advancement, startup innovation, and strategies for scalability. Without delay, let us present our distinguished panel of speakers who are all key receivers of 30 under 30 and who have been at the forefront of advocating for the significance of entrepreneurship, fostering creativity, and implementing strategic planning to enhance India's standing on the global platform. As per the traditions in the Jaipurian Institute of Management, we welcome our guests with Green Honor. We would like to present you with a green certificate. A tree has been planted in your name in Nainital, Uttarakhand, and you can track its growth from the given number. I'm honored to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Akshay Makar, the visionary founder of Climatenza Solar, with accolades including Forbes 30 under 30. Mr. Makar is a pioneer in renewable energy and industrial innovation. His commitment to reducing reliance on fossil fuels through innovation solutions is evident in Solar's groundbreaking work. His leadership embodies a profound dedication to sustainability and technological advancement in renewable energy. We look forward to your insights, sir. I would request Dr. Daneshwar, sir, to extend him a warm welcome and facilitate, sir, with a shawl. Next, we have Mr. Kishan Panpalia, an entrepreneurial powerhouse and head of business at Pepper Content. At just 23 years old, his visionary leadership has propelled Pepper Content into an over $8 million business from scratch. With an inspiring journey from trading dry waste in school to founding Pepper Content, Mr. Panpalia exemplifies innovation and success in the business world. I would request Prashant sir to extend him a warm welcome and felicitate sir with a shawl. Next up, we have Dr. Thelini De Salva, Dean of the Faculty of Business in NSBM Green University, Colombo, Sri Lanka, with a notable academic background and ongoing research
at Stockholm University, focusing on female entrepreneurship and social media. Dr. De Silva expertise enhances the academic excellence of NSBM Green University. I would request Dr. Sandeep Varshney, sir, to extend her a warm welcome and facilitate ma'am with a short. Last but not least, we have Mr. Vidur Gupta, co-founder of Third Eye Distillery, a recipient of the Forbes 30 Under 30 award. Mr. Gupta has played a pivotal role in establishing the Goa-based premium spirit company. Notably, their gin brand, Stranger and Sons, made history by winning a gold outstanding medal at the International Wine and Spirit Competition in London in 2020. Mr. Gupta's innovative ventures also include the recent majority stake acquisition in Countertop India, a consultancy firm specializing in the F&B and hospitality industries. We welcome you, sir. I request Lokesh, sir, to extend him a warm welcome and felicitate sir with a shot. Now, before we proceed, I would like to introduce our session anchor, Professor Rahul Meena, with a strong academic background in computer science, including a BE Honours and a PGDM from IIM Calcutta. His career spans diverse industries and roles over the past decade. Driven by a passion for innovation and business growth, he transited to Mumbai as a category of manager. At Airtel, he took on increasingly complex role. Despite facing setbacks in entrepreneurship, he excelled in roles focusing on strategy and operations. Now, he is an assistant professor of marketing at Jaipuria Institute of Management and is pursuing a doctoral degree at FPM. I'm thrilled to announce that as we move forward, Professor Rahul Meena will be assuming control of this session. I hand over the mic to him as he will be guiding us through the forthcoming phase of our discussion.
Thank you so much. And I again extend my warm welcome to all the panelists. And hopefully we would have the same kind of vibes that we were having in the room. Starting from the youngest member of the group, Mr. Krishan Panpalia. And obviously the introduction has been given for you. And you have been quoted in the papers as to be a person who is talking fast and very eager to let out everything in one go. So we would like to hear from you how you started your journey and how you thought of the idea of making paper content. And in spite of being a computer science engineer, I was not able to grasp the technicalities of it. So hopefully I would be able to understand it in the third round.
Sure. Is it okay if I speak in Hindi, English, mix, just really better? Yeah, I'm a person who thinks in Hindi and speaks in English, so that's I think with a lot of people over here. If I'm not wrong. Interesting journey, Raya. I think we started Pepper back in the second year of our college. I was at BITS Pilani, so not too far from here, 3 hours from here. You might have all heard of it, Jaipur. Come from a lower middle class family from a tier 4 city in India called Akola, Eastern Maharashtra. बहुत पढ़ाई करी IIT करना था नहीं हो पाया lot of people here general engineering करी JEE किया crack finally BITS happened luckily exam easy होता है speed fast चाहिए होती है so yes I did that at BITS as well basically you need speed to crack the BITS paper did that came to BITS different phenomena happened with me because you were the smartest kid in your class. Now you come in a room where everyone was the smartest kid in their class. So there is no point of differentiation with what you know better. College आया, college में found these couple of seniors in college जो उनके साथ में first year में internship करके आए your story पे. I don't know if you know your story, but back in 2016, 17, your story was the coolest thing. Every company wanted that one article in your story about themselves. Went to your story, 3,000 rupees a month का internship मिलता था. कहते your story पे intern ही नहीं मिल रहा था. तो सबको बोला कि यार 30-35 लोगों को ईमेल कर दिया, cold email. Finally, the founder replied to Anirudh, who was one of the founders of Pepper, saying कि आ जाओ. Went there, I think this Anirudh story particularly, 3,000 रुपये महीना मिलता था, 100 रुपये रोज, एक आर्टिकल रोज लिखना. एंड कहीं कोट मत कर देना मेरे को ये बोलते हुए, but effectively that's what happened, that you realize that the amount of money they used to earn with that is crazy. And came to college back again, realized that in content as a space, the demand is very high. The supply is also very high. Like I'll ask you guys a question. What do you think? Is tech talent more in India or creative talent more in India? क्रिएटिव टैलेंट इज वेरी, आई गेस, बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजी तो इंजीनियर इंडिया में 1990 से पैदा होना शुरू है. राइटर तो उसमें पहले से पैदा हो रहे थे, राइट, इफेक्टिवली. बट इट वाज अ वेरी अंडररेटेड स्किल. लाइक पीपल यूज्ड टू से मैं राइटर हूँ, लोग बोलते थे अच्छा नौ जॉब क्या करते हो. That's how it has been perceived for the longest time. Low paying industry all around. We said that what TCS, Infosys, Accenture, all of these people did in the 90s to the tech industry, will do that to the creative industry. We said that we will get the largest supply of creative talent in the country. ये thought process से we started building an entire marketplace of creators, writers, designers, video editors, all of it together. In the fourth year of our college, हमने 2 करोड़ रुपए कमा लिए थे. तो हम coolest बच्चे थे कभी भी. और टॉप लाइन ना, मतलब इसे इतना ताली का काम नहीं है. टॉप लाइन 2 करोड़ रुपए कमाए, उसमें खोलने हार्डली कुछ पैसे. ठीक है. So how many of you watch Shark Tank? Okay, perfect. So EBITDA की बात होती है ना, तो EBITDA कुछ नहीं. But you were still the coolest kid on campus. So we did that and realized one thing, industry has scale hai, and Y Combinator, if you might have heard, basically they were one of the largest accelerators. We got selected in their final round of Y Combinator. Went there, got rejected. They said कि इस industry में कुछ नहीं हो सकता. So we said fine, नहीं करते हैं फिर. एंड came down, we realized that अगर बिजनेस हमने 2 करोड़ रुपए कमा लिए तो यार 20 तो कमा सकते हैं, उसके बाद देखेंगे क्या करना है. डिसाइडेड नॉट टू टेक अप जॉब्स एंड रन दिस कंपनी. नेक्स्ट 3 years I think COVID happened after that basically, and COVID में digital boom came for a while. इस दौरान में content consumption became very high, marketing became an innate part, like digital marketing became an innate part of every business in that case, and content became a currency. Everyone wanted content now, everyone wanted to invest in it. इन-हाउस टीम स्केलेबल नहीं थी, फ्रीलांसर्स अकाउंटेबल नहीं थे, एजेंसीज बहुत महंगी हो रही थी, तो पेपर बिकेम एन आइडियल ऑप्शन फॉर इट. मीनवाइल you might have heard of ChatGPT. The idea technology behind ChatGPT was generative AI, was GPT-3, the first consumer technology जो आया था. We were the first users of GPT-3 in Asia. So very early users of GPT in that case. तब ChatGPT wasn't even common, no one knew about it. Got access to it early, build a lot of products on top of it, basically. And when we build products on top of it, we started integrating our services business with technology on the other front. And today, Pepper stands at an amalgamation of 3 things. There is a strategic consulting part, there is a content writing via this creator network, and there is a technology platform. And we amalgamate all the 3 of them to effectively build the entire content marketing stack for a company. Also, I think very proud to tell you, we have till date created more than 2 million pieces of content. We have close to 1 lakh creators on our platform right now. And we are creating content for some of the largest organizations in the country. We have 2,500 plus customers, right from your Google, Amazon, Facebook, Adobe, to how many of you use Swiggy? I'm pretty sure a lot of you do. You see those food descriptions on Swiggy been written here. We are the first people who powered it. If you buy your products from Myntra, Bakehook.com, all of these websites, you see descriptions over there, web pages have been written by us. You see most of your favorite consumer companies ka website content would be written at or by the creators at Network, basically. So we're a company working at the back end. You wouldn't see us out there. We're not a consumer company that we're on, but we've been powering a lot of content that you guys see around. So yeah, that's been the story of Pepper.
So Kishan, thank you so much. अब मेरे को थोड़ा थोड़ा समझ में आया आप करते क्या. So now moving forward, Dr. Thilini D'Silva, ma'am, I welcome you. Ma'am, you are dean at one of the biggest business school in Colombo, and your expertise is in entrepreneurship and finance. But how did you went into women entrepreneurship as a genre, and what piqued your interest into this field?
Well, thank you for having me, everyone. I would say women entrepreneurship didn't came as a surprise. I started studying about women entrepreneurship when I did my undergraduates also, because I happened to do my undergraduate in a kind of rural area in Sri Lanka. So my campus was situated in kind of a rural place, and then there was lots of social problems associated in this area. And we happened to do a small project in the first year about the social problems in the area. And we realized we were very young, but we realized that women entrepreneurship is something that we need to look at for these women, because there were so many problems, because the women do not have any purchasing power in families. The students, the kids couldn't go to school and things like that. So that was the seed for my work. And then when it comes to my final year research, I started doing about the women entrepreneurs and basically the challenges that they've been facing, and why women cannot become a business person, and why cannot women gain the attention a man could get when they want to become a business person. Things like that, which gave me a good understanding. And with masters, because by that time I realized one of the biggest problems, apart from the social trauma, the women has when they want to do something that they really like. Especially, I'm coming from Sri Lanka, you are coming from India, which we have very similar cultures. We are coming from patriarchal societies where we consider we are evolving around men, which is not bad. But then again, we look for some equality. We want to make our own decisions. We don't want anyone to question why you're doing this. We don't want permission. Can I do this? So we are looking forward for a very modern age like that for both Sri Lankan and Indian women. So I understood this background. And then I realized with all these social trauma going on and what society perceives, the perceptions, one of the critical issues a woman entrepreneur should have is the finance. So when a woman would go seeking for finance, this is very correct to say, because I have spoken to many women and I have get this data firsthand. The people who would provide finances, like formally they would ask, are you planning to get pregnant once you start your business? Are you doing your business as a hobby? Are you planning to get married? Would the men get this type of questions when you all go for fund? It would be some different but very business related question. But why that type of questions from us? So in my MBA, I did about this bootstrapping methods of financing for women. And then when it comes to the PhD, I thought beyond the entrepreneurship. I thought about entrepreneurship as one of the main things where a woman could be empowered, where you would be able to make your own choices, where you would be able to, place yourself where you want. So for empowerment, I thought entrepreneurship is an impediment. Obviously, I wanted to look at the technology, how things like social media could benefit the women. But talking about the whole thing, what interests me most is in one of my research, I found the fact that when a woman is empowered, it would empower the entire family. The fact is, the woman, when she is empowered, she would look at the strategic needs and the general needs of the entire family. Because by the creation of us, we are the caretakers. So if we are empowered, we would do better for the society, for the communities, and the entire society. So that is where I'm so inspired on the work that I.
So, ma'am, the thought you have is being resonated by one of our speakers in the previous session also. And I think the men on the panel would have to answer for that. So we'll come to that now. So now we move to Akshay Makkar. So he is a person who is dealing in the space of SDG. He has also been selected in SDG 13, I think, working for climate solutions. He is trying to work a solution for industrial companies to achieve the net zero carbon milestone. So how was the process that you arrived on this particular solution, which is, I think, is more niche than any of the areas these people have ventured.
SDG 7, See, basically, net zero जो terminology आई है, ये अभी recently 2020 में आई है. British Petroleum was the first to check point the term net zero in their 2020 annual report. Point is, everyone has been focused on the renewable energy way back from 2008, 2007. जो companies तब start हुई 2007-8 में photovoltaics में they made, and they became the bigger 100 crore, 1000 crore companies. Adani Green, many multiple things. 2015 चल रहा है, मैं ग्रेजुएट हो रहा हूँ, मेरी दो इंटरेस्ट है, रोबोटिक्स या एनर्जी. I choose energy to start with. एक photovoltaic startup था, where I was their third employee. I wanted to be a part of startup because I thought that after a couple of years, probably I do something interesting. I was a part of multiple domains in their company, from designing, financing, presenting to the customers, multiple things that we do as startups, right? In 2016, I was selected for a conference representing India in Morocco, where it was the conference name was GPSD, Global Peace Building Social Entrepreneurship. I learned about entrepreneurship, hota kya hai, kaise karte hain, and because I was always passionate about this energy, I was told by my colleagues कि भाई you should go to North Morocco. There's a very innovative technology. We call that as a concentrated solar power. बड़ा सिंपल प्रिंसिपल है मैग्नीफाइंग ग्लास का. जब मैग्नीफाइंग ग्लास को पेपर पे रखते हो, पेपर बंद करना शुरू हो जाता है. सिंपल प्रिंसिपल को यूज करके 15,000 20,000 घरों को बिजली दे रहा है, नो प्लांट. एंड दैट वाज समथिंग कि मुझे लगा भाई इंपैक्टफुल टेक्नोलॉजी है. वी वर्क स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन दैट. आई लेफ्ट द जॉब, present this to a couple of colleagues, 3 co-founders, starting this as this a western world making garage के अंदर काम करें. हमने वैसे स्टार्ट किया and got the support from IIT Kanpur, IIT Mumbai, IC Bangalore, and MNRE Ministry of Renewable Energy. Entirely from the day one, दिमाग में ये thought था कि भाई hard technology है, have to invest a lot, but would not raise the investment because अगर मांगा तो valuation काफी ज्यादा हो जाएगा, and वो valuation वगैरह का गेम आ जाएगा. फिर मुझे वो चीज उस पर खेलना नहीं था. तो ये 2018 में चिलियन गवर्नमेंट ने they invited us for the market survey. I invested 100K. That gave us a room to innovate, and finally early stage supporters side, more of the form of the grant. We raised 1.5 million until 2020, purely in the form of grants. And वहाँ पे 2021 में टेक्नोलॉजी में, 2022 में कोका कोलास, टाटास, यूनिलीवर्स वगैरह से काम करके अपॉर्चुनिटी दी. 6 पेटेंट्स के बाद कुछ पायलट्स के बाद हमें लगा कि भाई इसको स्केल कैसे करें. तो वहाँ पे 2 ऑप्शन थे, एक या तो इक्विटी रेस करो, बड़ा स्केल अप करो, या दूसरा वेंचर डेब्ट में जाओ. हम लोगों ने वेंचर डेब्ट ऑप्शन चूज किया, क्योंकि इट गिव मी कि भाई मैं अगर आज 36 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं उसको 360 करोड़ पे कैसे लेके जाऊंगा. मेरा सिंपल था, अगर मैं 5 से 6 साल में अपना आरओआई दे देता हूँ कस्टमर को, और 10-15 साल का मैं प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी ले लेता हूँ, तो मेरा वहां से डबल प्रॉफिट निकल गया, 360 करोड़ आसान हो जाएगा, और फिर मैं वहां पे जाके 3,000-4,000 की गेम खेल पाऊंगा. तो वी आर ऑन दैट वे. वी आर नाउ स्केलिंग टू द 10 कंट्रीज, जहां पर हमारा सिंपल विजन है क्लाइमेट जगह. How we can help decarbonize industries, not only decarbonize but also help them achieve their energy security. क्योंकि energy security बड़ा concern हुआ भी. कृषि यूक्रेन में हमने देखा कि कुछ कंट्रीज जैसे बांग्लादेश, जो 7 टका पर किलोग्राम एनर्जी यूज कर रही थी, आज उसकी कॉस्ट 35 टका है, 5 गुना बढ़ गई. तो वो डिपेंडेंट है, और हम भी डिपेंडेंट है. $80 बिलियन का ऑयल मैं इंपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ गल्फ से सिर्फ. मैं उसको अगर $40 बिलियन पे ले आऊँ, यहाँ पे मैं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करूँ, लोकली मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करके 3 साल का आरओआई बनाऊँ. लोकल सोर्स ऑफ रेडिएशन हमारा अच्छा खासा गुजरात से लेकर तमिलनाडु पे बैठा हुआ है. तो इंडस्ट्री पॉजिटिव थिंग इज इंडस्ट्री भी बंद पर है. तो मैं उसको अगर हाफ कर दूँ, गवर्नमेंट का बेनिफिट, इंडस्ट्रीज का बेनिफिट, मेरा बेनिफिट, इस अलोंग ये मल्टीपल स्टेक होल्डर्स एंगेज. तो ये एक विजन था हमारा, एंड दैट्स वेयर वी आर गोइंग राइट.
So again, Akshay, it was a little fast for me, but still it's okay. So I have saved the best for the last. Yeah, so he is from an industry which is very much close to my heart and to the hearts of many sitting here. So he is also known as modern genie by some of the articles who have stated. And he is working in white spirits industry. Now, what is white spirits? And if he can explain it in more subtle terms, we can understand what was the idea behind it. So don't go by the very innocent look on his face. He's MA Economics from St. Andrews University, and he's a very good person in terms of numbers and business. So I will like to introduce Mr. Vidur Gupta to you, and would like to hear his story. Bye, guys.
Hello? Okay, good. Yeah, good. Sorry, tough act to follow. But yeah, we started a company called Third Eye Distillery, in a nutshell. While it's amazing to be part of booze and the alcohol story of India, I think we have to realize that India, when we were looking at it, was one of the largest alcohol markets and is going to be one of the largest alcohol markets in the world, but also one of the most taboo places in the world to have to drink that alcohol, right? And therefore, what we did was we were one of the largest suppliers of raw alcohol. So basically, all the sari jo tumhari daru bandi hai, they actually buy it from India and they were buying the ingredients from India and then repackaging and sending it back to us at double the price as if the Raj was still on. So I was in the UK for quite a while. I was working in impact investing, which is basically in the F&B space. So we would invest money in companies that were cleaning up food programs or gaining profit to the right stakeholders when they were making food. That conglomerate actually got bought last year by Ferrero Rocher, and the chocolate space was amazing, but they did not want to sell to India. Right? They had it with India. The chocolate was not melting. The people on the other side, import, export, languages. They would say, "Yeah, with the phone, pakad liya. I don't want to talk to this guy." And then I started handling the market for India. Learned very quickly that India was then at that point going to be the sort of we were going to premiumize quite quickly. There was a lot of data coming in the UK that the first thing that any country premiumizes on economics 101 for how many economics grads are, like they spend on food, right? That's the first thing. When you get money, that's what people do. Food, clothes, shelter, right? The first three things will come out. And that was going to happen in India. So I actually came back to set up a company for them that will stabilize their product in India. That's where I learned how to raise money. I raised money badly. I got it my really expensive MBA. I had 7 employees when I started. I had 75 employees at the height of the company. It was shut by the third year. That's why I'm never going to study at any institute, including Jaipuria again. There we finally realized that the Indian alcohol market was super skewed, right? So you had your local players, your Thara manufacturers, right? $1 billion businesses that were running and doing local state level. So they had one Haryana, they had one Maharashtra. They would have this somebody pre-independence who was making sugar was now making molasses. Was संतरा जाता था 100 रुपए में election के time पे बंद करो. That was that whole area of news. Then Pernod Ricard and Diageo, a French company and a British company, had somehow come to India and they were running the national play. Black Label was running from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and they had done $7.7 billion in revenue last year. We are the third largest alcohol consumer in the world now. Whatever your opinions on booze might be, it's still for me and the way we grew up, at least when I was in Scotland and exposed to old time distilling culture. If handled properly, I think it was a great way to bring India, which was essentially quite a serious country together, right? Everyone in India didn't have, other than Bombay or Goa, no one has an after work culture. Everyone's working till 9 o'clock. We didn't, and that money that everyone was making had to go somewhere. So the idea was for us to take the entire premium platform in India, and if China can have a house of brands, a premium house of brands, and France can, and Britain can, why on earth can't we? But the first time I tried to sell my bottle to an Indian distributor, he started laughing. He started burst out laughing, saying, "India से 2,000 रुपए की bottle कोई नहीं खरीदेगा, तुम लिख के ले लो." Right? When we started, there were 2 producers. There are now 45 Indian premium producers, right? All tailing us at the moment. But the idea is that when I went abroad to Thailand and the UK for the first time, which are my two largest markets now out of India, they all said the same thing. There is no way an Indian abroad will consume an Indian product. And there is no way that anybody is going to pay over $30 a top shelf product for an Indian manufactured product. And what I don't understand, so alcohol is slightly differently from these products, right? Alcohol works like a Gucci t-shirt. जो brand पहनते हैं ना north में सबको बड़ी अच्छी लगती है. What you do is essentially the bottle you put on the table doesn't actually say what it says, what your household is worth, right? What's on your shelf. India didn't have that brand. Right now you have a bunch of brands where you will proudly say it came from there, but when we were there, there was no one there. And that process to us became quite interesting. So we started with something called Shenzhen Science Dream. We're now available in 16 countries, with Taiwan being our largest market out of India for some reason. I'm still trying to figure out why. But but you know the way India has changed its perception, and I think there's a lot of food and drink companies who've been part of doing that, because in your social time, in your downtime, you're spending time with them, right? And that's how we look at it. We then started something called Short Story Spirits, which is slightly more younger, that does a vodka, white rum, and a gin. Slightly more mass market. We do more festivals. I think the third point that I keep forgetting is we're a massive alcohol brands are the only way, because India is a dark market, right? We're not allowed to market here. So a lot of the events that you see, events, sponsorships, artists, they're all brought down by one of 10 brands. So a lot of that your culture happens in India. We're very, very intertwined with that idea. And that started to become, I lived the corporate life, and for me personally, this was just a fun way to organize my life. I go to cool bars, I meet fun people, I make money in the process. I pay myself every time I'm at a bar. It's a great place to be. So we then bought a company called Swami Tonic. So the idea was to go for the premium, like full stack in what is non-tech. So even what you mix your drinks with, that should be Indian, well made. Because I can't understand it for the life of me, right? We grow the best ingredients, we have the best talent pool, we have great manufacturing numbers, and I'm still going to pay a premium to some guy in Japan who's writing small Japanese numbers on the same product. So it started to become a bit confusing. We then bought a company, like this, called Countertop. And while we realized that actually India has the most amount of women entering the bar in the world, and the most amount of young people growing old enough to enter the bar, right? So the the forward thinking space, like where are you going to go? You need space, you need bars, you need waiters, you need bartenders, the whole process, that experience. And that started to become a very cool way to think. Every time you walk into a bar, by the way, every single thing, wherever you look, is thought of, right? So the menu that you think of, the brand that you see in the front, the color palette that you see on the right, the little kingfisher hoarding that you saw there, someone paid somebody for it to get there. That experience comes together. And Countertop basically is an end-to-end solution to build that. So while we said we have to build the front end as India continues to develop, while we keep supplying them with products, we're now going to launch a whiskey and a dark rum, much to my northern distributors' happiness. So that's going to come. And the idea again is to create contemporary brands that speak to us, that we are proud of, that are globally scalable. For Bombay Sapphire, I can put a picture of the Queen and sell it to 18 countries. I'm sure we can put a picture of a mythical being and sell it to around 190. Right? And that was the serious picture, other than the police. But yeah, that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Gibble. So now we will quickly have a kind of FAQ round. It would be a series of 2 rotations. I would be giving you a word because you are in the tech space and entrepreneurship space. These words are a little bit not understood generally. So for the understanding of the audiences and myself, I'll start with ma'am, move to Vidur, and again start with ma'am. We'll have a 2 round of FAQ rapid fire sort of thing. So ma'am, the first word for you is accelerator.
Accelerators are the different types of stakeholders who would be supporting the startups. So there is European accelerators that we've been talking, and there are so many other. So when you're starting up, who would support you in different ways, in terms of financing, in terms of advice, in terms of, legal backgrounds and everything, would be accelerators.
Thank you, ma'am. Angel investor. So Akshay.
Angel investor, I think, is like a leader for us. We feel that
Really?
probably, it's us. So,
इसको मामू
he's the
पहले
first investor. So it's the first investor, a friend, or anyone, a people of India, friends, family, friends, probably anything who is in your business, probably the point on you, ideally, or sometimes feeling that everybody that's a healthy, come on.
So Kishan, bootstrapping because you are a tech guy, but not in technical terms, धंधे की भाषा.
And bootstrapping is it's a methodology to build a business, basically, where you don't take in money from external sources initially. You actually earn money from your own business and you pump it back into the business. So in simplest terms, जितने भी जयपुर तो इतना बड़ा इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया है, हम लोग ऑलरेडी इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में यहाँ पे जितनी बड़ी बड़ी मैक्सिमम फैक्ट्रीज आपको दिख रही होगी, और मोस्ट ऑफ द ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेसेस दैट वी हैव नोन अबाउट are majorly bootstrap businesses where you earn money and you pump it back to grow it. Slow way of growing it, but it's a safer way of growing it.
So Vidur also shares a story regarding bootstrapping. You sold your car, right?
Yeah, it's, for my last part of my initial investment, I sold my car, but then after that, I'm very much equity funded. My boots are so.
So what's an MVP then?
Sorry,
MVP?
like most valued player?
No, that's for NBA.
Huh.
Minimum viable product, right?
Good question. I have no clue.
I got one.
Most of the questions you send me, I have to Google in the morning. It's like, none of us know these terms, by the way. There is a top line, there's a bottom line, and there are people that make it happen. Game. Like, yes.
So what's a pitch deck?
A pitch deck is how you fool someone into giving you money. So yeah, but honestly, guys, what a lot of people forget about the pitch decks, which I constantly reiterate when I'm at these chats, your numbers must match your story. So everyone comes with a great story, but your number story must match the story. But you are more important than the pitch deck. So please practice it. You know?
Okay, the second round is, I think, more for my understanding because there are a lot of cons in startup industry. So I'll throw each one of you one of the cons so that we can understand what they mean. So ma'am, for you, mini con.
I know that there are minicorns, unicorns, and hetricorns, and I know it talks about $1 billion, $10 billion. I think minicorns is $10 million.
Unicorn is $1 million.
$1 million.
I learned that this morning.
Yeah, they call it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, $1 million and companies are minicorns.
Okay. So Akshay, unicorn.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to know the answer? It's someone who's soon to become a unicorn. It's as bad as MVP, which I assume is the minimum viable product, is what it means. Yeah, soon to be like all of like you. Yeah.
So Kishan, you can actually explain hectapod.
जब मेरे को ना यूनिकॉर्न 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 तीनों भी पता था, हेक्टाकॉर्न
एक और मेरे लिए.
But what I would say is what happens after unicorn.
So I'll put it this.
When
So
you
nice
retire. हेक्टागोन है जब रिटायरमेंट आ गया आपका, चले जाओ, निकल जाओ.
No, sir, he's already -1. He was not able to answer MVP.
But he googled for you, yeah. You should.
I thank you for that. Equity इतनी जल्दी divest थोड़ी करेंगे. So moving forward to some serious questions. So according to CNBC, startup funding was at 7-year low in 2023. And we have seen a boom in terms of startups and in terms of fundings since we know. So there is a general myth. If you have a good idea, you will get the funding. But in 2023, this particular graph has gone down drastically. And now the investors are instituting stricter due diligence and deal terms with greater focus on corporate governance to build sustainable business. So I would like to know each one of your views on that, please. So starting from Vidul, I think.
So, the simplest way to see it, and as experience taught me, and I hope someone told me this earlier, is that all investment cycles go through cycles, right? So bubbles pop, and that's a thing in economics, and where you are on the cycle and which market matters quite a bit. We are going through something called the startup window, which is apparently thawing at the moment. And what that essentially means is the largest funds that are investing in India and their LPs are contracting the amount of money that is going out. What that does to contracts that were say made when the market was hot, like India was hot 4 years ago, when every fund was like, yeah, 1 million ke saath kya kar raha hai, 10 million le le, value me on whatever. That money has now come to bite itself in the back for what is functional and what is not functional. The best way to think about this is that the due diligence will go up and down depends on how the fund and the market is looking at you, right? So what they've done is they've overvalued India startups by I think a good 20-30%, and the market will start correcting itself. What that means is they're going to come to people like me and say, sir, यहाँ से काटो, वहाँ से काटो, इधर से निकालो, EBITDA दिखाओ, and that kind of stuff that you hear on Shark Tank. The best way out of this is to make sure that you always have a direct line on profitability, and then you're always going to be pulled in. I think if everybody tells you to burn is to raise more money than you can make, be very careful that you're doing that for a very, very precise reason.
Uh, 100% agree with those. In fact, we're having a discussion about this topic, and it's been a hot topic around to discuss amid startups as well, how it happened. I'd just like to tell you like a very short story snippet that will explain this part. I was having a chat with one of the largest VC funds in the country today, and we were chatting about this one particular part of what I mean. To India में 4 साल पहले भी इतना पैसा बह रहा था, and of course these cycles happen, but this was like a larger cycle than all previous ones basically. I'll tell you why it happened, right? Just imagine, so we do our business in India and the US both, basically. And I can tell you, I've seen like a good amount of US also undergoing a cycle. You might have heard of recession, aa raha hai, ye ho raha hai, wo raha hai, all of these terms, they come out from there, right? 2006, 2010, before that entire crash in the US happened, basically, that time the market corrected itself over there, right? Now, what happened is 10 to 15, 2010 to 2015, a lot of money got pumped again in the US market, basically. Okay. Market, it is like stock market. जब नीचे रहेगा तो पैसा डालोगे ना उस पे. Imagine just that being done at a larger scale. I mean, the simplest way to learn about it, understand this, right? In that cycle, what happened is everyone would put in money on consumers, focus on customer acquisition at that period, basically. You might have all heard of this term in MBA colleges, usually CAC, customer acquisition cost, that's biting all of us in our movies, equity money coming back to us, right? In the US, why the sense of CAC makes absolute, like it makes absolute sense. When you heard about Uber, how many of you have seen that series of Uber, like Super Founder? It's a web series built about the Uber founder, basically. If you've not seen, please do watch. It's there on one of the OTT platforms, particularly. In that, you would very easily see Uber na आदत लगाई थी लोगों को, basically, to use Uber rides. Convenience was sold, basically. But the entire ideology was that if I sell convenience today, and even I am making loss on a particular transaction with the customer, over a period of time, that money, the LTV, what you call as a lifetime value of the customer, basically, will actually be much multiples of my CAC, basically. And that was an entire thought process with, I'm just trying to explain the easiest way to you guys. That was the entire thought process which has happened. See, now US culture is a very different culture. People's paying propensities are very high. The way people adopt the loyalty to a particular product is very high, particularly. People mind convenience over price points, basically. People work on trust factors, all of this happened. And there, with some companies or with most companies, this CAC philosophy worked well. Of course, it didn't work extremely well, I would say, but it happened. I mean, people made money out of it. इंडिया में वही फिनोमेना 6 साल बाद हुआ. इंडिया में लोगों को लगा कि यार ये स्टोरी तो फिर से रिपीट हो सकती है. एंड दिस इज आल्सो बिकॉज ऑफ द फैक्ट दैट इंडियन इन्वेस्टर्स को भी पैसे बनाने थे. So what they would say is we'll pump in money in a company. 3 years down the line, an external fund would come in and pump in money in the same company. I would get my returns back all throughout. with the same philosophy of the कैक वाला झमेला तो चलेगा. प्रॉब्लम ये है इंडिया में कल्चर ही डिफरेंट है. इट इज एन एक्सट्रीमली प्राइस सेंसिटिव मार्केट. यार हम स्विगी जोमेटो में भी नाइंसाफी कर देते हैं, वहां पे 5% का ऑफर ज्यादा रहता है, हम उससे ऑर्डर कर देंगे देन दिस. ओला उबर देख देखते ऐसी सो मेनी पीपल दोनों ऐप पे शुरू करते हैं, कहाँ पे सस्ता मिल रहा है. इट्स अ प्राइस सेंसिटिव मार्केट वी ऑल ऑपरेट, राइट. यहाँ पे किसी की लॉयल्टी किसके पास नहीं है. I'll give you an example. EdTech companies all gone for a toss. We all I do not name them, but all of them are for a toss in that case. Like there's no EdTech company I can name in the country who is doing extremely well, except for Allen, which is not too far from here. That way around. Okay. The reason is because of traditional business. Digital front पे वो भी अच्छा नहीं कर रहे. क्यों? क्योंकि एक कोर्स की सेलिंग वैल्यू है 40,000 रुपए. 40,000 रुपए का कोर्स अगर तुम बेच रहे हो किसी को, तुम उसको अक्वायर करने के लिए 45,000 रुपए खर्चा नहीं कर सकते. नहीं नहीं, हम खर्चा करेंगे इसी लॉजिक से कि आदमी जिंदगी में 2 कोर्स करेगा. अरे यार आईएएस का एक ही कोर्स है तुम्हारे पास, आईएएस करने के बाद वो जेईई में एडवांस का कोर्स क्यों करेगा इस केस में. पीपल दैट्स द वेरी फंडामेंटल ऑफ हाउ यू लुक एट इट, एंड that has put all of us back in this case. That is the entire point why this cycle में वो है ना 6 साल में जो एलपीज थे फंड में उनका पैसा ही नहीं बना. और एक एलपी का एक फंड में, एलपी इज लेंडिंग पार्टनर, तो आप जितने भी वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट देखते हो वो किसका पैसा चलाते हैं, लेंडिंग पार्टनर होता है पीछे से. वो लेंडिंग पार्टनर को 7 साल का टाइम मिलता है. जनरली 7 to 9 years इज अ टाइम इन व्हिच दे एक्सपेक्ट रिटर्न्स. वो रिटर्न दे ही नहीं पाए इंडिया में क्योंकि उतना तो रेवेन्यू नहीं बना कंपनी का, पब्लिक इतनी कंपनीज गई नहीं इफेक्टिवली ऑल थ्रू आउट, तो रिटर्न वाजंट गिवन. And hence now the problem is that LP is asking for fund. That's what he mentioned of crunching it also out. And we are in that, like I hope you all got the sense of why we're in that zone of not being able to see this. And this is how markets correct themselves. And this cycle is gonna happen. Again, we are gonna come in, and actually it has also picked up back again. I mean, now we see growth. इनफैक्ट अर्ली इन्वेस्टिंग में वापस ग्रोथ दिख रहा है, ग्रोथ स्टेज में नहीं दिख रहा है, बिकॉज जिन्होंने भी गलतियां करी हुई है पहले ऑफ दिस कैप फिलॉसफी, दे आर नॉट एबल टू रेज मनी एनीमोर. हेंस दीस क्वेश्चंस ऑफ एबिटा, ऑल ऑफ दीस आर कमिंग इन कि तू प्रॉफिटेबल हो, तेरी कैप फिलॉसफी ठीक कर, फिर पैसा रेज कर, ग्रो प्रॉफिटेबली. I'm telling you, but don't worry about it. Next 3 years, again this cycle will come in because money is being manufactured in the world. Money, when I say, is manufactured in the world, basically. So पैसा फिर से आएगा, किसी को अपना पैसा बनाना होगा, फिर से साइकिल आएगा. नेक्स्ट 5 years में we'll all see the same cycle across. So it's gonna be cycle. I'm hoping I was trying to able to give it a easy explanation of the market.
Yeah, just to add to that really quickly, to give some stat numbers that we were just telling them in the room. Last fiscal year, $21 billion was pumped into Indian startups. This it's down to 7 billion. So 3x it has fallen for everybody who needs to raise follow-on capital. We're looking in the next 2 years for it to come and normalize at about $14 billion year on year. So that's how, if you're in the drought, like your startups that have raised money, then all of us sit clenching our bums basically for about 6 to 8 months waiting for life to get better.
So Akshay, is the same thing in your sector also?
So yes, I mean, I do agree with these guys. हम लोगों के केस में कुछ ये इसके बेस पे डिफरेंस होता है कि भाई हम लोगों ने की मेंटालिटी और द वे ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस शुरुआत से ऐसा था कि मैं जैसे मैंने बोला कि हम लोग बूटस्ट्रैप में फोकस करते हैं और हम लोग ये फोकस करते हैं कि जो रेवेन्यू आ रहा है उसको फिर से पंपेट करो और उसको स्केलेबल में लेके जाओ. सो इफ आई हैव टू से आई वुड से कि हमारा जो पुरानी कंपनी थी 2000s अमेरिकन एटीज में राइट हो गई या पुरानी कंपनी यूज्ड टू डू कि भाई रेवेन्यू कमाएंगे डालेंगे, क्या इनका ना टेंशन है ना कुछ करना है. तो जो हमारा बेस लाइन रहता है, हमारा बेस लाइन में हमारा कोई एक भाई अगर हम लोग 23-24% का मेरा मार्जिन है और मैं सब कुछ टैक्स वैक्स देके अगर मैं 10-15% बना रहा हूँ तो मैं उसको करूँगा और मैं उसको स्केलेबल लेवल पे लेके जाऊँगा. तो मैं कर रहा हूँ. तो अगर मैंने टाटा के साथ 2021 में एक छोटा प्लांट लगाया, मैंने उसको टेक्नोलॉजी डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करी, वही टाटा मेरे को 50 मेगावाट का प्लांट है जो इंडिया में ऑलमोस्ट 50% कैपेसिटी है और वो उस पर रेवेन्यू इन्वेस्ट करने को रेडी है क्योंकि वो टेक्नोलॉजी देख चुका है. तो हमारा सिंपल सा फंडा रहता है कि भाई VC से कम लेंगे और तब लेंगे जब मेरे को स्केलेबल करना है. लेकिन लास्ट ईयर आई वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड टू दिस कांसेप्ट जिसे हम कहते हैं स्ट्रेटेजिक डेब्ट या फिर वेंचर डेब्ट. तो वेंचर डेब्ट में आइडियली हम लोग HNIs या फिर ये UAE के जो एमिरेट्स हाउसेज होते हैं इनसे बात कर रहे हैं. दे हैव अ लॉट ऑफ मनी, दे वांट हेल्प अस टू स्केल. दैट्स व्हाई वी आर नाउ स्केलिंग इट अप इवन इन दिस टाइप ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट्स कि हम लोग वेंचर डेट पर पैसा लगाएंगे. So these are the companies like जहाँ पर हम लोग खाली टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशन नहीं ला रहे हैं, हम लोग बिजनेस मॉडल इनोवेशन ला रहे हैं. हम लोग पैसा लगाएंगे, तुम टेंशन मत लो, टेंशन मत लो. और हम लोग इसमें भी क्या करेगा, तेरा अगर 3 साढ़े 3 साल का ROI निकल रहा है, मेरा 25 साल का लाइफ टाइम है, 15 साल आप हमारे साथ काम करो और पे करो जो आज आप कर रहे हो. इसमें आप कार्बन एमिशन भी कम कर रहे हो और उसके बाद 10 साल बाद आपको फ्री एनर्जी मिल रही है. तो विन विन सिचुएशन होगी सबके लिए. और इसमें में हम लोग एक स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन की तरफ जा रहे हैं, जहाँ पर हम चाहते हैं कि आगे जाकर आज मेरे को अगर 10 करोड़ की वैल्यूएशन मिल रही है तो अगले साल जैसे बोला कि साइकिल रिपीट होती है, वो उसी केस में 100 करोड़ की वैल्यूएशन पे हम बैठ जाएंगे तो हम वापस के रख लेंगे. सो दैट्स द वे वी आर डूइंग.
I think kudos to your message. You've been able to.
So, Dr. Thilini, can you throw on the international side of this trend which is going on? Is it the same in Sri Lanka and the international society also?
Yeah, I think it's very same in the international scenario and specifically in Sri Lanka. But I would like to throw some ideas from a outsider's perspective because these gentlemen over here are in that they are startups. When you're looking from an investor's point of view, why an investor would fund in an organization? It's basically for the return on the investment. Okay, so when you're putting your eggs, you're looking at the return, you're looking at the risk. So what would be more safer? Is it a startup or is it a well-established company? And when we were having a prior room like discussion, Vidru was coming up with this 90 million crores coming for some, company and what they've been doing with it exactly.
Dunzo, which is Dunzo.
Yes, that was an unnecessary place for that amount of money. And then in the same discussion, we've been talking that like this money mostly comes from all these top established corporate. And that's a question we would ask why. Now, all these startups, when they get their money, yes, they have fantastic ideas, they have passion, they are driven, they are versatile, they have energy. But it's not their money basically, and sometimes they don't know what they are doing with it. So due diligence, risk, all these factors are really important. At the same time, I think most of these people who are starting the startup, they don't go with the formalities. They want to get things quickly, so they don't do a very good due diligence on how exactly the money should go into things, which I think would be not attractive to investors. And also, at the same time, the policies, procedures, which covers the corporate governance from that perspective. So how they are dealing with it. So that also would not be very attractive to the investors when comparing to investing in the startups to very established companies. And I think because we are speaking to an audience where they are doing an MBA, they are after their undergraduates, and you are working in internships to corporate. So when one of you becomes one of the startups and you're coming with that background, and I think that is the benefit they have. They don't know how to please these investors more. So that is how I look at it from the third eye point. But agree to what Christian said, I think it's a cycle. In the world, it's a cycle. He's been talking about the history of this bubble wrap in 2008 happened in US, and then how money being pumped drastically after that. And after this, again, it's going to be, cycle is going to be very positive.
Just one thing to add, you mentioned about corporate governance, right? Basically, I think they are independent things. I mean, the funding winter is on one front. They are related, but I mean, they are fairly distinct. I just want to point out, I think a lot of people here, even from a management side of things, we all don't understand corporate governance practically. We all have read it in our books for the longest time, what it means and everything. See, corporate governance, why due diligence is going on very strongly across the board is for two reasons. One, you do your due diligence to put in money in the company, particularly. Second, from a corporate governance point of view, I'm hoping you all understand what a private limited company is. Majorly in India, most of the companies in the startup space where money is pumped in our private limited companies, we have a board, basically. Now, the board also has a structure. There are different investors, there are different people from the company. All of these people have their own vested interest in the company, basically, but all of them eventually focus on the company doing good all throughout. I think last 3-4 years, there have been too many cases of larger startups in India where corporate governance has been one of the reasons of why they've not been able to do well. I think couple of them is Ashmir from BharatPay. I think that's a famous story. All of us know what happened for the bad in this case. Byju's is also facing, it's almost a public news now. they're facing one strong problem. In fact, in the internal circles, there are a lot more companies you all know of where these issues go on very often. People have understood that after a point in time, now there's a lot of stake to lose. Because imagine this way, one corporate governance issue can let someone's hundreds of millions of dollars go for a toss. So people don't want to take that risk. So money management अलग है, but people management भी एक बहुत बड़ा part होता है of corporate governance. And that people management part is extremely critical, and that is also why due diligence, background reference checks, it's very important. मतलब founders और investors की बननी चाहिए, वो सबसे critical part है. Most cases में क्या होता है, जैसे जहाँ पे debt है, for example, हाँ तो क्या investor को फिर भी उसका return मिलते रह रहा है, तो वो ज्यादा पोक नहीं करेगा. बट इक्विटी वाले पार्ट में ना इन्वेस्टर का पूरा रिटर्न बना है ऑन हाउ द कंपनी इज बिल्ट, एंड एनी डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन बीइंग क्रिएटेड ओवर देयर कैन bite investor, founder, and the company as a whole. And there have been enough examples. So I just wanted to point at one part of corporate governance in this case. So that's it.
So thank you, Krishna, for elaborating that. So we have thrown a lot of information about themselves and around the startup sector. So if there are any questions from the audience, we can take a few. Can you give him the mic?
Hi, first of all, good afternoon to all of you. Very humbled to be in your presence. Thank you for all the information that you shared. My question is to Mr. Vivek. First of all, thank you very much for trying to put India on the world map in regards to this, because I guess Indri has already done it with this in the second one section.
Indri came after us actually.
Yeah, but in the second one section. My question is, as a student of marketing, my question is a two-part question. First of all, how does marketing work in an alcohol business? Because you cannot do a conventional marketing. Secondly, you are planning to go towards whiskey and dark rum for the northern audience as well. There is a lot of rigidity towards the culture and tradition regarding the consumption of, as one brand is, that is Old Monk, in the dark rum section. How do you manage? How do you plan to deal with that, and what will your strategy will be regarding that?
Oh, wow. So, I mean, my whole company's thesis is based on that. So, couple of things. I think what you realize with larger companies and established brands, and especially growing economies like India, right, is that a set of inertia has set in. And big companies, we launched a company in the lockdown, a product called Perry Road Peru, right? It was a guava-based ready-to-drink cocktail that was going into a still coming out at 3,000. Everyone is stuck at home, which means instead of you going to a cocktail bar, you could make 10 cocktails at home. And we found a way to deliver it to you. We did with the Bombay Canteen, which is one of the best and most recognized restaurants in India, and the collaboration made sense. By the time Bacardi could respond, right, the lockdown was over, market was open. Right? So the companies are so large. Second thing, we have the what I call in a very crude sense the papa problem in India. Right? So they're all second generation guys that are is chilling. Yeah, hoega to hoega. Indri is actually owned by something called Piccadilly Spirits. Piccadilly Spirits is a 100-year-old company, right, in India, and by the time they are actually responding to Paul John. Paul John is 6 years old. And this inertia is not seeming to get any quicker. That usually happens. You'll have one maverick here and there. And I see I'm not doing something new like this lot, right? Or studying something that is growing. Like I'm in like what you're saying, established, very Virgin Atlantic in how we work, right? Second thing with something like Old Monk is that it was some brands will not evolve. So now Old Monk is responding to us, right? They've got this coffee variant. They've got Old Monk colas now. Saurabi Goa mein beach rate and to go after visa. Nothing is working. Nothing is working. They're going back and selling Old Monk. Old Monk is a event, and therefore now everyone's relaxed, right? So in foreign countries, we are managing to take what's happening there is their attention span is low, right? They have all the rounds in the world. We made India's first proper white rum, to be completely honest, if I may say so. It's 80% Indian cane, blended with 20% Jamaican cane, something, and it's actually a proper white rum comes out of India. India is the third largest cane producer in the world, one of the largest raw rum producers in the world, and we still have no. Old Monk is not rum, by the way. If you read it, it is alcohol with rum flavoring and color, right? So there's no actual rum in it, but the brand is synonymous to Parle G, right? And that process still exists. So very easily, one, India needs to create credibility in the premium space. We go to some of the best bars, work with some of the best bartenders. One of the reasons we burn money, right? Do events that, when we started in India going abroad, everybody was like, yeah, guy with tone, peacock, elephant, Jaisalmer, Jaipur, khatam ho gayi India, branding tha, band ho gayi. And then we were like, India is such a complex contemporary country. How is that going to be explained, right? There are people like you with sort of modern knowledge, and we'll walk out the street and we'll find a musician that has been playing cultural music for the last 40 years. And how do you marry that concept? And that became very exciting for us to the West. कि India badal raha hai. There's a new India, and there's a new way to engage with us, party with us, relax with us, which people didn't realize that we are not हम सिर्फ math करके सो नहीं जाते हैं. Right, so and that was we focused on those a lot. So with the right stakeholders, right events, because we will never be able to match their budgets. ना मैं old bank के साथ लड़ ही नहीं सकता. It's not a thing. I think when it comes to India, which is the latter part of your question, it is to get Indians to believe in Indian products, especially Indian consumer products. That if what you want to wear on your chest, right? It's a very big difference. Like I think Nikhil Kamath asked this question in his last podcast. If you've seen one of the Raj Shamani fellow, like घड़ी कौन सा पहनता है? He's like Rolex. I was like, you Titan क्यों नहीं पहन? The question is valid, right? Like there is nothing wrong actually in what's happening. Is do you have a repertoire of that set and you want to sort of establish that? So with Indian bars coming up, we had our first 50 best entrant, on the global scale. We are doing a lot in that culture. I think Indian chefs are celebrated, bartenders are going to come soon. I think drinks will take its own perspective into sort of respectable social drinking that will come to India, and we want to be proponents of that. I think that kind of branding did not come to India. Two, three ways that we do it to get tactical with you is we have to get to the right concerts, right people. So have you heard of Lifafa? Right? We did Lifafa's first tour. No one would touch them. Right? Babri Basanti. You have to get the right kind of culture and you have to tie in with that. You have to get the right kind of people to loosen up. The biggest question we get is कि India में बन ही नहीं सकता. Indians come and tell us. It's not possible. I said, क्यों? क्या फर्क है? And what I'm saying is taking that example into process. So get the right sponsors, right events, get in front of the right people. That's what we're allowed to do. Get the right collaborations in place. So, we did a gin with the best gin distillery in the world, which is called Pillars in Australia. They would never even, they told us no twice because they didn't believe that anybody in India could be at their standard. That's changing, right?
But you did quite, I saw your scores, you scored, I guess, 98 out of 100 in the competition.
Yes.
The product is great. Great is the product is great. But just a follow-up question, if I may, you chose a clear spirit for starting a brand. But then now you're shifting not to clear spirits.
Yeah.
Why not vodkas or tequilas? Why
No,
not
so
that?
we have a vodka. The short story spirits is one vodka, one white rum, one gin. We are actually coming up with a premium vodka. Slowly we will play in every category because we are seeing either brand inertia, product inertia, price inertia in every category. Right? And creating alcohol distribution is difficult. Today I know where the premium Indian crowd guy sits. I can sell him 20 products. No tech guy can come and touch me. No distribution can come and touch me. No Swiggy. This is mine now. Right? And I can keep sending value, whether that's through an alcoholic, non-alcoholic experience. And you will have to physically come to an experience. कभी तो phone नीचे रख के अपने दोस्तों के साथ बाहर जाएगा ना? And then we will be there for that.
So thank you. Thank you. So taking up ma'am's point on why women are not supported in terms of funding. So I resonated with you and I wanted the men's to answer this. So according to an article in Forbes India, startups count from 2017 to 22 rose from 6,000 to 80,000. Unicorns count in the same period rose from 30 to 105. Startup funding, so this is 2022 data. Startup funding rose from $5.9 billion to $21.9 billion. The contribution of women-led startup was only 18%. And same was reported by INC 42 website also, that 80% decline in funding for women-led startup was noticed. So I would like to direct this question to Akshay. So I'm sparing you.
No, I agree. I agree with ma'am that what type of questions that investors ask is strange. But it comes from the groundworks, right? It comes from we as the founders building these startups with our founder ladies or the women founders. And that is what we do at Climate Insight. So we have two-based system, full-time opportunities at the management and all at the engineering roles, but also at the ground where we build the solar thermal plants. So what we did was we have one co-founder who is a woman and she's excellent with engineering, passionate about solar, passionate about the SDGs, and that is what we taught her. Amazing in operations. What she did was she brought multiple women on ground. So the, for example, हमने अभी टाटा के साथ प्रोजेक्ट किया. टाटा के साथ प्रोजेक्ट में 181 जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज हमने ऑन ग्राउंड डेवलप करी. And 181 versus 37%, 27% were the women who did that job to build that plant on the ground. तो वहां पर हम लोग ये देखते हैं कि हमारा की परफॉर्मेंस इंडिकेटर्स जो होते हैं केपीआईज उसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये भी है कि भाई हाउ मच अपॉर्चुनिटीज and how much better life we can make it for the people irrespective of their gender. And I feel that it goes from that एक वो जो जैसे ना चीज बनते हैं तो वो आगे जाके स्ट्रॉन्ग होते हैं. तो जब नीचे से चीजें स्ट्रॉन्ग होती है, फाउंडेशन स्ट्रॉन्ग होता है, तो दैट गोज अप एज वेल. एंड as the movements are proving themselves, I feel that it will go a long way towards the investment journeys of their ventures as well.
Professor Meena, we must recognize his mother. I am.
बिजनेस के सफल होने का सिर्फ एक ही रीजन है, इसने कभी हार नहीं मानी. और इसने कभी हार नहीं मानी. अगर पैसे नहीं है तो आ जाएंगे और करता रहा और आज इस स्टेज पर है.
So kudos to you, Akshay, for having such a nice supportive mother. And that's why he's like this. So that's actually the power of women. Thank you now. So this question is for Kishan, and Kishan, ये मेरे दिल का दर्द है, हो सकता है बाकियों का भी हो. So fascination for tech sector, जैसे AI tech, deep tech, semiconductor, space tech. So according to INC 42, investment interest was 32.3% for fintech, 13.1% for deep tech, 10.2% for enterprise tech, 9% for clean tech. भाई इन्वेस्टर को तो यही लग रहा है तीन चीजें चाहिए, टेक, मोर टेक एंड सम मोर टेक. तो बिना टेक्नोलॉजी वाले कैसे इस चीज को कोप करेंगे अगर उनके पास कोई स्टार्टअप आइडिया है?
मतलब विद्युत को मैं इसके साथ में आई वुड वांट हिम टू टेक आफ्टर मी एंड आंसर दिस बिट. यार मेरे को ना कोडिंग नहीं आती है, ठीक है, तो मुझे टेक नहीं आता पहले चीज, ठीक है. आई टेल यू व्हाट, सो थोड़ा सा व्हाट यू से ब्लर इमेज बन चुकी है इस चीज की, ठीक है. सर ने भी जैसे बताया, सर फॉर योर क्लैरिटी आल्सो, ये जितने भी नंबर्स है 942 वाले, ये सब परसेप्शन ड्रिवन है, ठीक है. मतलब दिस इज हाउ इट इज ऑन हाउ वी परसीव इट बेसिकली. ऐसी 2500 रिपोर्ट आएगी जिसमें यही नंबर मैं आपको उल्टे बता दूंगा और वो ऐसे निकल जाएंगे पूरे. द परसेप्शन थी टेक्नोलॉजी इज अ वे टू ऑगमेंट द स्पीड ऑफ व्हाट यू आर डूइंग बेसिकली. ओके, मतलब दुनिया में जब टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं थी तब जाकर फिनटेक नहीं हो रहा था, फाइनेंस कंपनी नहीं चल रही थी क्या. एक तो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट है, सर ने जितनी भी कैटेगरीज बोली उन सब में फिनटेक में फाइनेंस टेक था, क्लाइमेट टेक में क्लाइमेट टेक था, और सर आपने जितने भी टेक्स बोले उसमें एक शब्द जो है ना पहले वाला वो नॉर्मल आदमी का शब्द है और बाद में टेक लगा हुआ है उसमें. टेक्नोलॉजी इज जस्ट ऑगमेंटिंग द स्पीड ऑफ whatever that sector is, and I feel technology is a method of, it's an application method basically. Artificial intelligence, right? Today the world is asking, will AI take jobs? Very cliched question, you might have seen 20 places across the world. It cannot. I mean, it is augmenting the speed of humans at the end of it. In fact, we are an AI company. We were a human-driven company earlier, right? Pepper तो हमारा पूरा धंधा ही talent marketplace का था. Generative AI आया, सबने बोला तुम्हारा धंधा ही बंद हो गया. We had just one philosophy at the core of it. Have you all heard of this company called Grammarly? How many of you use Grammarly? I'm hoping a lot of you guys use Grammarly, right? जब Grammarly दुनिया में आया तो सबने बोला एडिटर की जॉब चली गई. Today Grammarly is the best friend of editors. Using technology to augment their speed of work is what the application of technology. Technology has no use if it doesn't have application. Okay, so I'll put it this way: financial tech आया market में क्योंकि speed बढ़ गई. UPI से we are the world's fastest means of payment transactions altogether. इस case में ठीक है. No matter if you're an engineer or not. By the way, let me tell you guys, technology एक बहुत ही fascinated शब्द है. उसके बहुत intentional, like there are a lot of segments in that. जैसे किसी को बोला कोडिंग, अपन लोग सब टेक्नोलॉजी को कोडिंग से रिलेट करते हैं इन सम सेंस और द अदर. यार कोडिंग एक हार्ड स्किल है. वो आज द बेस्ट कोडर्स इन द वर्ल्ड, दे हैव लर्न कोडिंग इन 1 year ऑफ टाइम. जिसको जिसको यहाँ पे फोमो हो रहा होगा कि हमें टेक्नोलॉजी सीखनी है, 1 साल में कोडिंग कोर्स कर लो, तुम सबको आ जाएगा. इट इज लाइक राइडिंग अ बाइक. एक पॉइंट के बियॉन्ड पे वो आज गाड़ी चलाते हैं ना सब लोग यहाँ पे, आई एम होपिंग. तो तुम्हें अब गाड़ी चलाते हुए कॉन्शियस नहीं रहना पड़ता है, राइट? कि गाड़ी का बैलेंस सही हो रहा है क्या, इधर देखो क्या इंडिकेटर दो, क्या ये होता है. Coding is like that. It's a hard skill. Once you have learned it, it comes naturally to you, basically. Okay. But not knowing coding is not a problem. Like I'm sitting in a management college right now and asking you guys, यार टेक बंद हो जाएगा, बेचेगा कौन? टेक को मैनेज कौन करेगा? टेक चलाने वाले मैनेज कौन करेगा? All throughout. So there is no reason why technology has to be at the core of your knowing always. I think all the people on this panel, I don't know about you, you know coding in that case. I'm hoping you don't. I'm hoping all the 4 of us don't know coding here. I'm pretty sure you don't either in that case in a distillery business, but not that it's hitting any of us. We have our teams who's doing that hard part of the job for us in that case. पता है मैं आपको एक स्टोरी बता रहा हूँ, छोटा सा स्निपेट है लाइफ का. मैं बिट्स आया, बिट्स में आती है. बिट्स तो फेमस कॉलेज है यार, Tier 1 कॉलेज है एकदम. मतलब घर पे तो ऐसे पापा ने अपने सारे दोस्तों को बोल दिया कि यार हमारा बच्चा बिट्स गया है. मतलब बोला कि लाइफ ही सेट है अभी, तो इसके बाद डायरेक्ट गूगल में जॉब लगेगी. ठीक है, गूगल पेज यू मच लेसर देन मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टार्टअप्स इन द कंट्री. लेट मी टेल यू दैट. कॉलेज आए, कॉलेज में ना 3 ही ऑप्शन होते हैं. आप फर्स्ट ईयर कॉलेज में जाओ, बच्चे 3 ही चीज एस्पायर करते हैं. गूगल माइक्रोसॉफ्ट जैसी बड़ी कंपनी में कोडिंग जॉब फर्स्ट एस्पिरेशन. ईसीजी, पेन, मैकेंजी, नोमुरा जैसी कंसल्टिंग फर्म्स में मैनेजमेंट एग्जाम, वो भी यहाँ पे भी बहुत लोग हैं जैसे एस्पायर करते हैं. वो एक सेकंड पार्ट होता है. और एक तीसरा पूल होता है जिनको आइदर ये 2 आता नहीं है या उनको कुछ अलग कीड़ा मचा हुआ था, जो बोलते हैं स्टार्टअप करेंगे, आईएएस करेंगे, एमबीए करेंगे. ठीक है, दैट्स हाउ इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज स्ट्रक्चर इज अक्रॉस द बोर्ड. एंड आई कैन चैलेंज एनीवन ओवर हियर इफ देयर इज अ फोर्थ कोहॉर्ट ऑफ पीपल जो कुछ भी नहीं करना चाहते हैं, वो एक्सेप्ट फॉर दैट. बट ऑल पीपल फ्रॉम इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस, दिस इज द कोहॉर्ट, राइट? यार मेरे को ना सी लैंग्वेज का कोर्स था फर्स्ट ईयर ऑफ कॉलेज में. ठीक है, मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम तो चीटिंग कर करके निकाल लिया. कैसे भी कोड में भी चीटिंग कैसे करी जाती है. कोड में तो तुम चीट कर नहीं पाओगे इफेक्टिवली, किसका ही कोड देखोगे उसमें. फाइल शेयर कर, ये कर, वो कर, कुछ ना कुछ करके निकाल लिया कैसे भी करके. सेकेंड सेम आया, फॉर अ फैक्ट मेरे को पेपर आया, मेरे को डिसलेक्सिक फील हुआ लाइक पहली बार. एवरीथिंग डांसिंग अराउंड द टेबल. आई एम लाइक व्हाट इज दिस सिंटैक्स, ये क्या होता है, मेरे को कुछ नहीं समझ आया. I was the lowest scorer on the C subject in my second semester of college. बिट्स में एंटायर मेरी बैच में 900 बच्चों की, उसमें मेरे को 2 नंबर मिले पेपर में. वो भी मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों दिए, कि मैं लिखा तो कुछ भी नहीं था, बस दया के मारे 2 नंबर दिए थे 100 में से इस बार 90 मार्क के पेपर में. दैट्स माय स्टोरी ऑफ इट. मैंने उस दिन ये पक्का रियलाइज कर लिया कि लाइफ में ये तो पक्का नहीं करना है. And I always had that philosophy, you should know what not to do before knowing what to do. So I was very clear on saying कि ये चाहे कुछ भी और कर लूंगा, ये तो नहीं करूंगा इस केस में. तो आई वॉज वेरी शॉर्ट फ्रॉम दैट डे. और मैं तो बस फ्लॉन्ट करते घूमता कॉलेज में, अरे यार टेकी से ना हायर कर लेंगे, सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग तो है, देखा जाएगा क्या करना. सो I come from that school of thought. I can tell you very relatively, there is nothing like tech. Tech was a way to augment it. Application wise, yes, it is fabulous in that case. But one thing I want to put as a disclaimer with this: you should understand the applications of technology. It is as equal as food, shelter, and clothing. अगर तुम्हें गूगल पे से पैसे देते नहीं आते तो सीरियस प्रॉब्लम है लाइफ में. तुम फिर वर्ल्ड के साथ कोप नहीं कर पाओगे एक पॉइंट के बाद. तुम्हें एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी समझ आने चाहिए. टेक्नोलॉजी बनाना नहीं आता है, बहुत लोग हैं जिनको आता है. देयर आर मच बेटर जॉब्स इन द वर्ल्ड. इट्स नॉट दैट पीपल आर नॉट डूइंग इट. हाँ सैलरी ज्यादा मिलती है क्या? वो बिकॉज फंडिंग विंटर आया था, साइकिल था, बहुत है। अभी जाके पूछो इंजीनियर्स को सैलरी मिल रही है क्या? अभी जाके पूछो लोगों को जॉब्स बची है क्या? हाईएस्ट लेऑफ्स टेक में हुए ऑल टुगेदर इस केस। सो don't get the FOMO of it. I know management college sitting here. Please don't get the FOMO of it. If you really are interested in एक साल का कोर्स कर लो, आ जाएगी यार कोडिंग, स्केलर एकेडमी, ये वो 50 कंपनीज पढ़ी है जो आपको कोडिंग सिखा देंगे। इट्स अ हार्ड स्किल, यू विल लर्न।
Yeah, I just adding to that very quickly. It's very simple also for investors to see tech generation, right? So it's very linear. कोई बोलेगा sir मेरी tech service start scaling very fast. Now, right, we Indian consumers actually one of the largest places where money is being thrown at the moment. There's a halal lipstick brand that is outgrowing some of the tech companies here, right? So India has that ability and probability to provide hard services and that will never go anywhere. Two brands last forever, right? Services go up and down, and but they're not linear. You will go through peaks and troughs. What Oldmark is 100 years old, Padaji is now reaching 100 years old. Those brands will retain value till someone wants to do something with them, and long-term investors will always understand them. So the while these are application and services, and I agree with them completely, the difference in why people invest in brands, especially in growing markets like India, is that brands are unbeatable, right? So even if you are Facebook now and you launch 50 other services around that, Facebook is giving you the credibility, whether that's happening in tech. The idea as someone who's starting in the place is to concentrate on something that's generating value. तुम्हें टेक के साथ करना है करो, तुम्हें दारू बेच के करना है करो, तुम्हें लिपस्टिक बेच के करना है करो, but make sure that you are generating true value.
भाई किशन के वांट टू ऐड दैट हम लोगों ने इक्विटी वगैरह बहुत सी बात करी है, बट एज ही सेड कि जरूरी नहीं है कि आप लोगों को टेक्नोलॉजी आए। हम लोगों ने क्या किया, वी आल्सो एडेड द टेक्नोलॉजी, बट मैं बाहर से को पाउडर लेकर आया। हम लोगों ने इस बारे में बात नहीं करी है, तो जस्ट छोटा सा उसमें भाई जरूरी नहीं है आपको करो, आप जो धंधा कर रहे हो धंधा करो, और आप जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी बना दी है वो ही पैसा लाएगी। हार्ड टेक पैसा लाता है, टेक्नोलॉजी जरूर उसको ऐड कर देती है। हम लोग एडिशनल बना रहे हैं, टाइम टू मार्केट कम हो रहा है, वो सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन एक को फाउंडर जो भी जानता है कैसे करना है, आप थोड़ा बहुत हमें पता होना चाहिए, वो उसको लेकर आओ, वो करेगा। एंड आई बाहर 1000 लोग हैं जिनको हम एम्प्लॉयमेंट दे देंगे। एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ानी है, इंडिया फर्स्ट का हमारा थीम है। हम लोगों को यहाँ से बनाकर जब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मैं भेज रहा हूँ, तो मैं ग्लोबल फुटप्रिंट पर रख रहा हूँ, तो आज मैं 10 कंट्री हूँ, लेकिन मैं प्रॉपर टेक्नोलॉजी कहीं पर भी ला सकता हूँ। मुझे बस सही बंदा चाहिए जो बना दे।
सॉरी मैं नाउ दैट यू सेड आई विल जस्ट टेल यू वी आर अ टेक कंपनी। ओके, बाय डिफॉल्ट हम लोग मार्टेक वाले स्टैक में आते हैं। हमारी कंपनी में सीटीओ नहीं है, वी डोंट हैव अ सीटीओ इन द कंपनी। So let me tell you what's the application of technology. We don't have a CTO. We just have a one of the founding members who's one of the director of engineering at Pepper, basically. And I don't think we have done like of course we could have done much better, but I don't think we've done that well. So I'll just put it this way.
So thank you everyone. Because of paucity of time, we need to close the session here only. All the audiences, you can connect with the panel speakers if you have any questions after the session. And I am privileged to have this conversation with all of you. You have answered a lot of my doubts and doubts of the audience. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank all the guests, our senior anchor, and our audience for being a part of this insightful session. I now request Pankaj Chamola sir to please come on the stage to present memento to Mr. Akshay Magar. I request Swati ma'am to please come on the stage to present memento to Mr. Kishan Panpalia. I invite Shubha ma'am to please come on the stage to present memento to Ms. Tilini De Silva. I invite Sonali Mule ma'am to please come on the stage to present memento to Mr. Vidur Gupta. It was a great honor to have you all here. I now invite all the members of CEC committee to please come on the stage for the group photograph. Prabhat sir, Daneshwar sir, please invite you on the stage for the photograph.
I'm like so excited.
Members of the conference team, please come on the stage for a group photograph. All the faculty and staff members to please come on the stage for the photographs. I request everyone to please be seated as we will be starting with the validity session soon. DC is requested to not let anyone out of the room.
उत्तिष्ठ भारती ज्योति समुद्रे निर्मले विभा सुगति भर्व भारतीय त्वं विश्वाय ध्वजोत्मे. The spirit of India rising, calling upon the nation to rise and shine brightly on the global stage and spreading prosperity and enlightenment to all. With these lines, I, Devindra Mishra,
And I, Vishakha Kumari,
on behalf of Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur, to welcome all the esteemed guests, faculty members, research scholars, and dynamic youth participants gathered here to this valedictory ceremony on the 11th International Youth Conference in the series 2025 on the theme India Rising. This conference has been a platform for exchanging ideas, fostering cross-cultural understanding, and inspiring innovation among the brightest minds around the globe.
in the pursuit of exploring Team India Rising, we have dwelt into the depth of our nation's potential, celebrating its achievement, acknowledging its challenges, and envisioning its promising future. The energy and enthusiasm displayed by our young participants have been truly inspiring.
Now, to welcome Now, I would like to take pride introducing the esteemed guest of honor for this ceremony, Meera Chadda Burwankar ma'am. She is the thought leader, author, speaker, and retired IPS officer. To welcome her, I invite our director, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj sir, and Dr. Daneshwar sir to present the green certificate. As per Jaipuria tradition, we welcome our guest with a green welcome. Ma'am, what's actually happening in your name? None back with that. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Hilini De Silva, ma'am, Dean Faculty of Business and SPM Green University, Colombo, Sri Lanka. To welcome her, I invite Dr. Prabhat Pankaj sir and Dr. Daneshwar sir to present a green certificate. To present a salt. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce the chief guest for this valedictory ceremony, Dr. Piyush Sharma. He is the Faculty of Business and Law, Curtin University, Perth, Australia. To welcome, sir, I invite our director, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj sir, Dr. Daneshwar sir, to present the green certificate. Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Prabhat sir to grace us with his esteemed presence and deliver a distinguished welcome address. Further, I would like to introduce our director, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj. Dr.
Introduce time and again. I'm fine. Yeah. I think it's time for me not to give a lecture and talk about the theme because we have actually witnessed extraordinary speakers on this platform. Ladies and gentlemen, only thing I can ask you for is join your hands and give a big clap for everyone. I was amazed by participating in this conference. We have been doing this conference for the last 10 years. And we are improving every year and we are introducing new things and new themes every year. But this year, the quality of the conference in terms of speakers, those who were able to align with the students, the young generation, was really, really amazing. So I'll be failing in my duty if I don't actually congratulate and thank and show my gratitude to my organizing team led by Dr. Daneswar. And the entire team of FA scholars, young scholars who are here. And a wonderful team of students sitting over there. All I can say is that, I feel very proud of all of you. Proud of our students. I'm very proud of my faculty. I feel very proud of the entire community, Jaipuria community, who have actually been on the job and they have actually been successfully conducting this wonderful conference. I'm sure the learning that you have got from the conference must be very, very, authentic, and you are going to take it forward. It shouldn't end over here. It should not be just like listening and forgetting. I'm sure you're all going to, you must have noted down your pick of speakers, pick of ideas, and I would like to see that some of you actually take it forward. Right, so I'm stopping here because it's time for hearing from the wonderful speakers who are on the dais. It's not time for you to hear me, again and again. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for imparting your valuable insight with us. So over the past 2 days, our energy has been boundless, our innovation limitless, and our insight profound. To showcase the essence of these remarkable days, our Media and Relation Committee (MRC) has initially crafted a short video presentation. I now extend a warm invitation to MRC committee to share their creative masterpiece with us.
India, the land of a billion dreams, has become a beacon of hope and inspiration on the global stage. The story of India's rise is not just one of economic prowess, but a testament to the indomitable spirit of its people. The chief guest of conference, Sri Acharya, member of Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, addressed the audience by sharing his thoughts that youth can play a pivotal role in bringing about positive change in India by engaging in various aspects of society. The chief guest unveiled the book titled India Ascending, The Rise of a Global Player by Bloomsbury Publisher, abstract and conference souvenir. The guest of honor, Sri Ravi Kant, former CEO and Vice Chairman, Tata Motors, says young leaders can play a crucial role in contributing to the development and progress of India from innovation. In the Youth Icon session, Apur Wani shared his journey, his achievements encourage aspiring individuals to pursue dreams with determination, break stereotypes, and become symbols of positive change, realizing their full potential. In the session, Soft is Powerful, Ravi Kant unveiled, leading from the back, and shared that softer approach enhances authority, trust, value perspectives, and lead with compassion. In the Youth Achiever session, Harsh Gujral, a stand-up comedian, shared how comedy helps navigate life's challenges and advised youth is to be authentic, find humor in experiences, and fearlessly take risks. After the inspiring sessions, in the technical sessions, academicians, researchers share their research findings on management and technologies. In the plenary session on Crafting Success, Innovations and Strategies in India's Dynamic Markets shared that fintech and sustainable technologies have demonstrated the ability to use digital platforms to achieve previously unheard of levels of success. In the plenary session on Transformative Leadership in Healthcare, Navigating Innovations, Research, and Management, speakers shared that the leaders in healthcare have risen to become a change, pushing boundaries, and showcasing the transformative power of visionary leadership. In the plenary session on Catalyzing India's Ascent, Startups, Innovation, and Scalable Strategies, the esteemed speakers shared that success is not just about ideation, but also about the strategic and scalable implementation of those ideas. India, the land of a billion dreams.
Showcasing us with this wonderful presentation.
Now, I would like to invite Meeran Chadda Borwankar ma'am to share the words of wisdom. Dr. M.C. Borwankar served as an officer of Indian Police Service. She served in Maharashtra cadre of the prestigious IPS from 1981 to 2017. She completed her doctorate on organizational management and bachelor's of law from University of Pune.
She is a postgraduate in English Literature from GND University, Punjab. She is a Herbert H. Humphrey Fellow with University of Minnesota, USA, and completed Executive Development Program from University of New England, Australia. She has several dozen publications in the form of articles in international and national journals, research report on investigation, gender, law enforcement, e-governance, human rights and community participation. Ma'am, please.
Esteemed guys, dear students, I thank you for inviting me for the very meaningful, purposeful 2 days interaction. I sat through all the sessions that I was here and I enjoyed them. For the valedictory, I have introduced all two quotes. I won't be able to share much experience because that won't be the right forum. So the one quote which I feel I would like you to go with during this valedictory session, it's by Mark Twain. 20 years from now, you will be more disappointed by the things you did not do than the ones you did do. So throw away the bowlines. Bowlines are the one which hold the boat back, which is tied to the harbor. So it's for all of you that 20 years from now, you will be more disappointed by things that you did not do than the ones you did. So throw away the bowlines, sail away from the safe harbors, catch the trade wind in your sails, explore, dream, discover. And that has been the theme of all the sessions which had startups, which had entrepreneurs. They explored, they have dreamed, they have discovered. So in this valedictory session, I want to urge you that don't let the bowline tide you to very safe harbors, harbors of family, harbors of staying in the same place, harbor of old habits, but to venture out, to dream, to discover, to explore. Now, 3 experiences which I would like to share from my personal life. When I chose Indian Police Service, I was leaving the safe harbor behind. And for information of all the audience here, my first choice for the civil services and my first chance was Indian Audits and Accounts. And I realized I had absolutely no interest in that. That was the second safe harbor which I left and I joined Indian Police Service. And in the batch of 1981 IPS, I was the lone lady. So another very unsafe harbor or choice, but I survived. So I urge all of you to discover, explore, dream, and if I could do it, I don't know how many of you aspire to be in civil services, please raise your hands. Oh, very few. No, but civil services are full of engineers and MBAs, sir. My husband from IS is from IIM Ahmedabad. So, second experience I want to share with you about explore, dream, and discover. Once during my career, when I was not getting along with my boss, what did I do? I wrote my first book. And the third experience which I would like to share with you again, that if I can leave the safe harbor and survive, so can all of us. And that is post-retirement, if you, I'm sure all of you are aware, 11 convicts in Bilkis Bano gang rape case and 14 murder, they were given remission when I, having previously worked as the chief of Maharashtra prison, knew the law which prevails for remission, and felt totally disheartened, distressed that convicts of gang rape, 14 murders were being given remission. I am one of the 3 persons who filed a PIL in Supreme Court. And mind you, I did not tell my family because they would not have allowed me to, despite my age. And my sister told me, you will lose it, why are you filing it? It's a lost case. And what was my thought? गिरते हैं शहसवार ही मैदाने जंग में, वो क्या गिरेंगे जो घुटनों के बल चला. And when we won the PIL, all the 11 had to report to the jail. My sister, who herself retired as chairperson of CBDT, she said, I never thought you will win the case. So again, leave the safe harbor. And I would like to end. Gandhi said, man is but a product of his thoughts, man or woman. We are all the products of our thoughts. He becomes what he thinks. So dear friends, young friends, we all can be what we think. And in the valedictory session, I want to say, let's think positive, let's explore, let's dream, and let's discover. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your glimpse of journey with us. Further, I would like to invite another guest of honor for this session, Dr. Thilini De Silva, who is Dean of Faculty Business, NSBM Green University, Colombo, Sri Lanka, currently the biggest business school in Sri Lanka. She is a graduate from University of Vyayamba with a Bachelor of Science in Banking and Finance. She has also completed her Masters at PIM. She is currently reading for her PhD at Stockholm University, Sweden, researching female entrepreneurship and social media. Now, I would like to invite ma'am on the podium to address the audience.
Esteemed guests, the faculty members, and the dear MBA students of this very prestigious institution. It's my great honor to sit in such an esteemed panel with them and also to address you all in this fine afternoon when you all are really ready to be overwhelmed and happy for a very special endeavor that you've all been part of, the 11th International Conference on the topic of India Rising. And I would like to give you one message to take home. This is especially to all these students sitting here. Please know the value of you. I think that is what is most important. That I would say with a small story. When I was in grade 2 in school, I was only 7 years old. There was this concert, a play. And then there was this, our class had to do a forest. A story where there is a butterfly who would be swinging in front, and then the other kids were trees, the other kids were animals, and there were flowers. The main role of this particular activity for our class was the butterfly. The butterfly had to do a dance, a beautiful dance, and we all practiced the butterfly dance. And I used to practice it. I really well remember in front of the mirror, the dance of the butterfly, and I was a beautiful butterfly in front of the mirror. And then there came the selections, and I happened to be one of the trees where the tree had to do only this in the back of the stage. But I really knew that I was the butterfly, because when I looked at the chosen butterfly, I knew that I could do better. I was disheartened as a kid, and but I still became a tree on the stage. And I did my part really well. And I thought to my little self, maybe I was a tree because I'm the tallest girl in the class. But today, I'm really a butterfly. I really shine wherever I go. I became the dean of the faculty, which had 3,000 students even before I was 30. Okay, when I was introduced by my vice chancellor to all the prestigious people who visits our university, this is the dean or the faculty of business, Tilly Silva. Everyone gave a look. She, the dean of the faculty of business. I'm talking about 7 years ago. I might have looked more younger, and I know that people had doubt. But today, my faculty has 6,900 students, more than 31 programs, 6 departments, and I'm overlooking visiting plant faculty from Plymouth University and Victoria in Australia, and local faculty of 200 people, because I named the value of me. And I always respect that I have the talent, I have the capability, and I should do my work right. Because I'm talking to many Gen Zs here. Value, know your value. Okay, you're one day going to one of the corporates, you're going to companies, or you're going to start your own thing, a startup. But please know, even if you don't start your thing, when you go work for organizations, you become a person called an intra-entrepreneur. Okay, you are becoming an intra-entrepreneur means you are going to own it. So work like you own it. Give the best to the place that you work, and that would make you a different person, and that would take you to the height. Now we are living in a world where inclusivity and diversity is respected. No woman is less than any man. If you have the talent, if you have the capability, if you have your credentials, so have that feeling and own it and do your part well. Meritocracy and performance is what measures you today in this modern world. So I wish all the kids here that you know your worth, you know your value, and wherever you go, you would own it and you would do your best, and one day you would become one of us or better than us also. Thank you, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing this beautiful story and insightful word with us. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, Dr. Piyush Sharma. Dr. Sharma has more than 35 years of overall professional experience across the industry and academia. He joined the School of Marketing at Curtin University, Australia in January 2014 and served as a member of Academic Board of Curtin University, Strategic Review Board of Faculty of Business and Law, and Curtin India Mission since then. He is currently a co-leader of Customer Experience Research Group, Innovation Research Hub, and Navigating Intercultural Experiences platform in the School of Management and the Marketing. He also served as a member of the Australian Research Council College of Expert 2022 to 24 and Associate Editor Marketing for the Journal of Business Research. Professor Sharma is ranked among the top 2% researchers in the world across all fields of research and ranked among the top 60 business research in the global P ranking based on the publication APDC journal since 2013. He was also recognized as the only rising star from the marketing era among the Australia top 40 researchers across all disciplines in 2019 and ranked by the research.com among the top 90 business scholars in Australia based on the high index in 2022. He has also presented more than 130 papers in more than 130 international conferences, delivered more than 75 keynote speeches, invited talks, and conducted dozens of research workshops around the world, including Asia, Europe, and North America. Now, I would like to invite on podium sir to address the audience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have the honor of almost closing the session, and I think everybody's so tired, so I won't take too long. It's been an amazing experience. I have been coming to Jaipur for since I was a kid. Part of my mother's side is settled here. So Jaipur is not new to me, but this institute definitely was a surprise, a very pleasant surprise. I've been to your Noida campus and I've learned quite a lot from my other colleagues. So especially this event was amazing. I mean, I was really impressed in terms of both the breadth and the width of topics and expertise, especially those speakers who would really resonate and connect with the younger audience. It was very, very useful. So once again, a big congratulations to the whole team. Now it's interesting because I've been part of these kinds of conferences, etc. I've been in academia for now more than 20 years. It's not an easy job, right? So trying to organize this is a huge thing. But that's about the event, and it's very nostalgic to me when I come back to India, and I try to come back here very often, at least maybe 3 or 4 times in a year. And I work very closely with a number of institutes like yours, ranging from MBI to MICA to Great Lakes to IMT, and especially again also the IITs and the IIMs. We've also set up a number of joint PhD programs between my university and universities here in India. But particularly today, when I look at this audience today, all the young faces, and looking really forward to your careers, I'm reminded of my own time, more than 30 years ago at IIM Bangalore, and I was full of confidence, of course, because you crack a CAT and you get into an IIM, but there was also a lot of uncertainty. This was in the early 90s, 91, 92, and the Indian economy was not what you see today. There was a lot of insecurity. We had the gold being pledged. I'm not sure how many young people know that story. And but having been through those last 30 years, I'm very, very positive about the Indian economy, and I think all of you will be part of something really amazing. I think India is ready. I think we are not rising. We have risen, and I think we'll continue to rise even faster. Just a little word on my own personal experience, and I think that the other speakers spoke beautifully about their perspective. I have been through, I don't know, maybe about 10 jobs in my life in the last 35 years. If I had to redo it, I'll probably do it again the same way, right? I mean, although some people told me that maybe you should not have jumped so often. And I have my own classmates who are still in the same job, but that was their choice. So life is all going to be about choices. And I think as our esteemed speakers spoke before me, take risks. Take risks in life when you're young, because as you grow older, it will become more and more difficult for you to take risks. But don't take blind risks, right? Try and take calculated risks. And how do you take calculated risks? You take calculated risks if you have people around you who care for you. And I spoke to a few students yesterday and also today. This is the time for you. When you are here in this institute, I was told by one of my professors 30 years ago that an MBA is not just a degree. An MBA is an experience, right? So it's kind of a journey into yourself. Discover what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, and use this opportunity to work on those weaknesses, right? And make your strengths even stronger. Build friendships, build connections, because many of these people around here who are your classmates today, they might be your colleagues. You might maybe open a startup together, or you might compete with each other, work across the aisle in different companies, different organizations. So develop those skills, stay in touch with your institute, be a part of their alumni network, contribute to the institute once after you've graduated from here. And I mean, I can keep talking, but I don't want to take too much time, but enjoy the time that you have here so that you can prepare yourself for the challenges that lie ahead. And I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom with us.
Now, this is the time to declare the awards. Without further ado, let us proceed with the presentation of Best Paper Award and Best Poster Award, as we honor and recognize the exemplary efforts that have shaped the success of this conference. Now, I would like to request all the dignitaries to present the award to our winners. First, Best Paper Award in Faculty and Delegate category, runner-up goes to Dr. Nupur Sharma. Now, Best Paper Award in Research Scholar and Faculty and Delegates category
Winner. Dr. Asadur Rahman. Now, Best Paper Award in Research Scholar and Student category for runner-up goes to Mr. Poojan Sharma. Best Paper Award in Research and Scholar and Student category for winner goes to Mrs. Ishika Kaur Ranjan. And it's a tie between Ms. Ishika Kaur and Mrs. Roshan. Now, Best Poster Award. First runner-up in the Best Poster Award is the team from Jaipur National University, Jaipur, Vishesh Jindal, Sahil Ali, Rana Rudh Pratap Singh, Yash Kuneja, Pinky Ghosh. Best Poster Award for winner category goes to Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur. Astha Jain, Mandeep Kaur, Aishwarya Nigam, Komal Jagir. I request all of you to please give a huge round of applause.
Congratulations, all the winners. Now,
Please cheer up for the winner.
thank you and congratulations all the winners. Now, on this day, bringing the threads of ideas, thoughts, and knowledge, we invite Ms. Asima Agrawal to present the conference report summarizing the enriching discussion and insight gathered over the past 2 days. Ms. Ashima is a research scholar at Jaipuria Institute of Management in the batch 2021 and also the conference coordinator. Ma'am, please come on the podium and share.
Good evening, everyone. I, Ashim Agrawal, is here to present the conference report for the 2 days of International Youth Conference India Rising. India Rising symbolizes the nation's journey towards greatness marked by growth, resilience, and spirit. This theme explored India's essence globally across various fronts. It empowered dreamers, positioned India as a land of opportunity and innovative on the global stage. The 2 days of the conference featured an incredible lineup of speakers. Day 1 commenced with an enlightening session by Sri Ravi Kanji, former CEO and Vice Chairman Tata Motors, where he delved into the growing significance of financial independence and the intricacies of Tata Company. The second session was a captivating youth icon session featuring Mr. R.K. Bani, Forbes 30 under 30 and founder and director of R.K. Bani Design. His session included an inspiring message celebrating the essence of passion and the belief that staying true to oneself leads to a remarkable journey. The inaugural session of the conference commenced with Director Dr. Prabhat Pankaj Sir's conference welcome address, and with great honor, Shri Bal Mukund Acharya Ji, member of Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, Government of Rajasthan, as the chief guest, gave his speech. His 5-minute speech resonated with a powerful message emphasizing the invaluable role of parents and teachers in the lives of youth and urging them to cherish and respect these guiding figures. Additionally, we were privileged to have Sri Ravi Kandia as the guest of honor, adding further depth and significance to the event. The conference publication book by Bloomsbury, India Ascending the Rise of Global Player, and the Jaipurian's World was released, and it ended with the vote of thanks by Dr. Daneshwar sir. Next, we enjoyed a captivating youth achiever session with the stand-up comedian Harsh Gujral. He had the audience in stitches with his hilarious performance and engaged in a delightful interaction with faculty and students. The international online plenary session had speakers like Viraj Mithani, Shefali Vijayvarya from Pope's 30 under 30, and various professors like Professor Devjani Kanjilal, Professor Bhavik Pathak, and Professor Manish Sharma from different parts of USA. We also had poster presentations with more than 50 students participating from various colleges from Jaipur. There were 6 technical sessions and had more than 40 paper presentations. This year, we received more than 110 abstracts from international colleges like University of Southampton, UK, University of Essex, Colchester, London School of Economics, Mindanao State University, Philippines, and Tunga University, Taiwan, and national colleges like IIFT New Delhi, NIT Srinagar, Flame University, IIT Ropar, DIT Pune, IMI Delhi, and many more. The day 2 commenced with a plenary session on crafting success, innovation, and strategies in India's dynamic markets. Panel speakers were Atulya Kaushik, Post 30 under 30, founder of Prepinsta, an angel investor, Kavya Saxena, founder of Craftholy, and Anshu Abhishek, Post 30 under 30, founder of Tech Eagle Innovations. The session showcased remarkable power of innovation brought by 4 young minds. The next session was on transformative leadership in healthcare, navigating innovation, research, and management. Speakers were Shiva Teja, Rashid Karimgal, and Krishma Shah. All 3 of them were from Forbes 30 under 30 and gave remarkable insights on the medical healthcare. And the last plenary session was on catalyzing India's ascent, startup innovation, and scalable strategies. Distinguished panel speakers were Akshay Makar, Kishan Panpalia, and Vidur Gupta. And also we had Dr. Thirini De Silva, Dean Faculty of Business, NSBM Green University, Colombo. This enlightening session explored India's burgeoning landscape of the startup culture and the innovative strategies driving its growth. And this valedictory ceremony had guest of honor as Meeran ma'am, Thirini ma'am, and the chief guest as Dr. Piyush Sharma, Faculty of Business and Law, Curtin University, Perth, Australia. These 2 days of conference were a harmonious blend of enriching conversations, profounding knowledge sharing. And in the end, I would like to thank our director, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj sir, for giving us this opportunity and creative freedom along, Dr. Daneshwar sir for trusting me with this work, all the faculty members for supporting us throughout these 2 days of conference, Priyanka Yadav ma'am and Himanshu Tiwari sir for managing the entire logistics and our guests, all the administrative team for looking out for the guests in the entire campus, Mr. Himanshu Sharma for being a strong support in managing the task, CEC heads Vaibhav Vijay and Mansi Verma, Senior Coordinator Anchal Vijay, and I would also like to thank the entire CEC team and all the teams that were working back end and doing for all of us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for summarizing all the key points into just a couple of minutes.
Now, as a token of gratitude and remembrance, we would like to present mementos from Jaipuria side to our esteemed guest, Meeran Chadha ma'am and Dr. Piyush Sharma sir. I would like to request Director sir and Daneshwar sir to please present the memento to our esteemed guest. Now, I would request Meeran ma'am to please
Okay.
Dr. Piyush Sharma, sir, please receive him.
Now, I would like to invite our director, Prabhat Pankaj sir, and Dean Academics and Dean Student Affairs to launch the poster of the Jaipuria Literature Festival and Happiness Conclave. Chief guest on the desk. Also, I would like to invite Jess and Alisha to give the gel. Hello everyone. We would welcome you all of you to the poster launch of the Jaipuria Art and Literature Fest, which will be conducted on 14th and 15th of March. The theme of this festival is the colors of Rajasthan, where you will see colorful Rajasthani folk dancers, musicians, and artisans showcasing their talents.
The Jaipuria Fest is not just a gathering. It's a celebration of creativity, imagination, and the boundless power of words and visuals. From captivating panel discussions with literary maestros to engaging workshops with seasoned artists, this festival promises a melting pot of ideas. Immerse yourself in the world of storytelling, poetry, and visual arts.
Our festival is a canvas where the strokes of literature and art blend seamlessly. Get ready to witness the convergence of creativity and intellect as we explore the depth of human expression. And that's not all. The Jaipuria Fest transcends borders, bringing together artists and authors from around the globe. Experience a cultural exchange that transcends language barriers and connects hearts through the universal language of art. The festival will be followed by a cultural night featuring some great talents also.
Join as we transform Jaipur into a hub of artistic synergy, a place where every word written and every stroke painted tells a unique story. The Jaipuria Art and Literature Festival will be followed by a happiness conclave, which will be conducted on 15th of March. Save the date, embrace the artistry, and let the words and visuals weave their enchantment. The Jaipuria Art and Literature Fest awaits you.
We promise that with your support, we'll turn this event into a great and successful one. Thank you so much.
I would just like to add one thing over here because I would like to take this opportunity because a lot of people are sitting over here from institutions across Jaipur. So on day two, day one, of course, you're most welcome to come and participate. Day two, we are also going to create a kind of community of faculty members and directors and principals and vice chancellors. We are inviting them on our campus, and we are going to create a community called Alliance of Happiness in Academics. So that's called AHA, right? So we will be creating an AHA community. And the purpose of this community will be that all the faculty members, the teachers, and the administrators in the academic institutions, we will sit down and talk about the fact that how we can create positivity among the students, how we can bring happiness in the curriculum, and what else we can do for them. So that is what the purpose is.
Now, I would like to invite our esteemed guest, Director Sir, Dean Academics, Dean Research, and Dean Student Affairs, and Dr. Akash Sir, to launch the poster of the International Youth Conference Series of 2047 for 2025. Thank you, sir, and all the esteemed guests.
Reality we are aspiring to have in our lives will happen only if we dream about it and work on it. We envisioned, the Jaipuria family envisioned Youth 2025 11 years ago, and we are in 2025 next year. So we have renamed, rethought, and revisualized this Youth 2025 to Youth 2047. Youth for India at 2047. When our leaders, our nation is aspiring to have a 30 trillion economy by 2047, no poverty and no hunger by 2047, net zero emission also by 2047, and an annual per capita income of almost $15,000 by 2047. We as Jaipuria, as part of the nation, must also deliberate and think about that how we are going to achieve this. So the next conference is going to be the first conference for youth for 2047. So I invite all of you to be a part of this conference. We are going to start the preparations, but I would say we have already started the preparations and we have already started contacting some speakers for the next year's conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So now, coming towards the end of this ceremony, I would like to invite Dr. Danishwar Sarma, sir, Dean Student Affairs and Conference Convener, to present a formal vote of thanks. Sir, please. Sure.
Once again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Even I also have butterflies. I have always believed that whatever we do in life, whatever we achieve in life, whatever we become in life, it's not because of only us. Sometimes we know, sometimes we even do not know and realize that there are a million prayers, million hopes, a million hands invisibly, silently supporting us. And whenever we get time and energy and mental space to show our gratitude, we must always, whatever gratitude we show is always less than whatever contribution others have done. I am going to read and acknowledge names and people today. But if I fail to acknowledge some name and some people, it's not because their contribution was less or not valuable. It's just because that my thinking, my tongue, my energy could not get those names. It's not because of you, it's because of. First, I would like to thank the God Almighty because without him or her, we do not have anything in our lives. The ideas which we get, the energy which we get is because of him or her. And that's why we must thank him. We have, as Himanshu might have said, सूर्य रूपी प्रकाश की पहली किरण प्रोफेसर प्रभात पंकज. As not only our director, not only our boss, but also as our mentor, philosopher, and guide. Sometimes we go to him with some problems. Sometimes we go to him with certain tricky situations. And sometimes we go to him with certain requests. And he has always guided, mentored, and supported us. And in general, in principle, he doesn't say no to any of the requests which we make. So I would like to thank Professor Prabhat Pankaj sir, our director, for giving us the light through which we could do the photosynthesis and have some food and energy. I would like to thank my dearest colleagues, my faculty colleagues, my staff colleagues, session anchors, session reporters, and everybody who has supported us in some manner or the other and contributed immensely in this conference. From the bottom of my heart, I thank them and I feel extreme gratitude towards them. I would like to thank admin team Hemanji, Dharamveerji, Vijayji for the 24/7 support which they have given to us. I would like all of you to have a big round of applause for Priyanka ma'am, Himanshu Tiwari ji, Rahul Meena ji, for all the logistics work which they have done. We started almost 1 month ago. Tickets were getting booked, tickets were getting cancelled, flights were getting booked, flights were getting cancelled. One person is coming, two persons are coming. All the requests they have handled so perfectly that most of the speakers have said and appreciated, and they have posted it on their Instagram also, that the kind of logistics help assistance they have got from this conference is next to any other conference happening around the globe. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Devesh ji and the accounts team because without their support, machinery cannot move. I would like to thank the IT team, the MRC team, Shay sir, Anvay sir, Vijay sir, who have supported us in spreading the word and letting the world know what is happening at Jaipur. I would like to thank PMC team also. Two of the strongest pillars of this conference are and going to be for the next year also Ashima and Himanshu. So please have a big round of applause for them. Ashima is my FPM scholar also, and every day when we meet, we discuss research, like what is happening in research. But for the past, I think 45 days, she didn't ask me, and I did not ask her that what is happening in her research room. So 45 days, we are just talking about conference. She has dedicated her 45 precious days from her FPM journey to the conference, and I'm very grateful to her. Thank you very much, Ashima. Himanshu, not only all the things he is doing on the campus, but outside the campus, he is the one who has brought Bal Mukundacharya ji on the campus. Even he asked his father to come from his native place and go to Bal Mukundacharya ji one day before, and his father was accompanying our chief guest in the inaugural ceremony. And because of him and his father, he was here. So I would like to thank him. And I hope that his support like this continues in years to come. I would also like to mention my dearest friend, Dr. Soumya Ranjan Sahu, who was there at the beginning of the conference, and there was one phone call and he said that, sir, next year's conference, we are going to do it. Are you in? And I always say yes to him. And we planned and we executed most of the things also. And he is looking at all the photographs which are going there on Instagram as well as on LinkedIn. And after every session, he is sending a message to me about something or anything. So I would like to thank him also, Dr. Sahu. All, I would say 600 students of Jaipuria are working tirelessly for this conference, and it's not possible to take all the names, but I am going to take a few names. But again, if I am not taking your name, it doesn't mean that your contribution is not there. First, the conference and events committee heads, Vaibhav Vijay, Mansi Verma, and the senior coordinator, Anjal Vijay. I would like to thank them. If that is saying that a new standard has been created, it's because of them. RTU exams are going on, RU exams are going on. Still, we had 250 plus outside participation. It's because of Jayesh Pujara, Rohit Yadav, and the entire PR. And Rohit was playing a double role here. He was also in the logistics team along with Alok Sharma and his entire team. Flights got cancelled. Some flights landed in Jaipur at 1 a.m. in the night also. And our students with placards and a bouquet and the conference kit were there at the airport. Big kudos to them. Raghavendra Sagar and his team handled the resources. Yashika, Janvi, J. Galot were in the hospitality team. Rupanshi, Mohit in registration team. Avi, Shishti, Ishan and the discipline team. It's not easy to make students sit inside the auditorium. Dolly, Rupal and the entire decoration team. Vasanthini, Mohit, Safal and Jayant Vardani in admin team. Dave, Dhruv and the entire MRC team. Avinash, Priyanshu, Ankush, Soumya, Rashi and Alvish. They have also contributed a lot in the entire conference. And finally, Ishan, Niharika and the entire anchoring team. I would like to thank you all. In the end, I would just like to share that whether we are happy or sad, whether we are scrolling the Instagram or listening to a panel discussion, time is passing and time will pass. That is the only reality in this world. How do we use that time and what do we make out of that time? That is always in our hands. So these 2 days, you can convert these 2 days and the learning into something which would be a life-changing experience. we had the youngest Pope 30 under 30, Kishanji, who is just 23 years old. He got the Pope 30 under 30 when he was 21 years old. The company he created was when he was in his BTech first year, right? When the first year was ending at that time. So it's just because of he chose and all the luminary people, all the super successful people, they chose what to do with their time. So please use your time wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for present your formal vote of thanks.
Now we extend a warm invitation to the head of the conference and event committee, Mansi Verma and Vaibhav Vijay, to deliver the vote of thanks. They both are cohort of NBA 2022 batch and now are well placed with Deloitte and the ones who have worked day and night to make this event happen.
Good evening, one and all present here. I, Vaibhav Vijay,
I, Mansi Verma,
extend a warm welcome and a heartfelt gratitude to all of you to be here today. Thanks as a word is so small, yet it speaks volumes and volumes of the hidden sentiments of gratitude within the heart. It is our duty to thank you all for your contribution and presence to this great event. Starting with our director, sir, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj, sir, a sincerest gratitude to you for your constant blessing and support. My heartfelt thanks to our director, sir, for being our backbone always.
coming to our pillars of strength and ever-flowing guidance. Our gratitude to our convener, Dr. Daneshwar Sharma sir, and for guiding us at every step of the way and for always being there. We couldn't have done this without you, sir.
My sincere thanks to our conference coordinators, Ms. Ashima Agarwal ma'am, Mr. Himanshu Sharma sir, Ms. Devandya Mishra ma'am, and Ms. Vishaka Kumari ma'am for their constant support at each and every step. And a special thanks to the senior coordinator of our committee, Achal Vijay. Our gratitude to the entire CEC team for being such diligent and determined hard workers. You made it all possible. My gratitude to all the faculties for making this event possible and their constant support. To the ones who made this event happen seamlessly, Hemant sir, Vishal sir, Rohit sir, and all the supporting staff, thank you so much for your never-ending support. My gratitude to my comrades, Niharika, Ishan Pratap, Rupanshi, Dev, Janvi, Yashika Bhalla, Jayesh, Rohit, Alok, Raghavendra, and Sagar for helping in coordination of the event.
Our gratitude to MRC committee for covering all the sessions and capturing the conference beautifully. Gratitude to the discipline committee for their supervision in the smooth functioning of the conference and to the decoration committee for beautifully decorating our campus. My gratitude to the entire student council for their support. Our gratitude to our sponsors and our academic partners. Last but not the least, our gratitude to all the participants and attendees. Thank you for making the 11th International Youth Conference enormously successful. With this, I, Mansi Verma,
And I, Vaibhav Vijay,
Conference and Events Committee Head, signing off.
Thank you.